Hey, Rick. Oh, never mind.
Are you playing Pictionary, Miguel? I can't guess what you're trying to tell us.
Jeffrey Bird, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm here.
Yes, sir.
President accounted
That's a good
for.
thing.
I had a good game of Pictionary going.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
Mr. Carl Boaz, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. You know, we we have 3 sets of minutes on our agenda today and going through
I've been
there.
busy.
Yeah. Well, I keep seeing Carl Boaz, and I never speak to him. One of the tragedies of Zoom is the lost personal connections. I hope you're doing well.
I am. Thank you very much. Hope you are too.
I am.
Great.
I kind of look forward to seeing you in the corner again. And
Yeah, that would be nice.
yes, sir. I hope you're doing well. Anyway, I'll let you go back to your business, but good to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Miss Jimenez.
Good morning, Commissioner Byrd.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Are you in the office or are you at home?
I'm in the office today.
All right. Yeah, I'll try to be there in a couple weeks. Next week, I'm going to be at that NARUC conference. So hopefully the week after I'll be back there with Commissioner Maestas, shoulder to shoulder, pushing forward. Yes.
That would be nice to see you.
Oh, I love that wave, Commissioner Maestas. Yes, you're going to be the next rodeo queen.
I've been in a parade or two, sir.
Yeah, that's right. I bet you have. My kids hate parades, by the way.
I don't like getting candy at a parade.
Well, they're the norm, you know, they've been riding with me, walking with me, doing it with me. And they've gotten to where they don't care to go to a parade anymore. So.
See, they have this negative association with parades because you have them working and passing out probably political propaganda instead of just catching candy.
This is true. This is true.
Labor
But that's
is
why I
alive
had
and
kids
well.
make them work. Good morning, Commissioner Fishman.
Good morning.
Got your laptop properly stationed on your lap?
Yeah, it's moving around, you know. I get all antsy and then I make you all dizzy because the screen's moving.
Oh, you assume we watch you.
I know you're watching me all the time.
Actually, Commissioner Hall's the one that's fun to watch, her expressions.
You get some great close-ups with Commissioner Hall. Commissioner
Sometimes
Hall,
you do, yeah.
on? Yeah, Commissioner Hall gets really close to that camera.
Well, you know, not wanting to say anything untoward, but some people look better closer to the camera than some of us.
You know, we're all imperfect, and the key to life is learning to embrace your imperfections.
Yes, sir. Well, you notice Chief of Staff, he's way back from the camera, but he appreciates those statements.
Well, he's more considerate than the rest of us.
Right. Yeah, when I turn mine on, I'm right here in front of it, so I leave it off. I'm trying to do a favor to everybody watching.
Well, you know, yours is always kind of facing upwards, so it makes you kind of godlike, the way the camera's just looking up at you and just look.
Well, you know, my office is my car, and my iPad sits in the steering wheel, so I can't center the camera on me. It's kind of off to my left, which has the window right here, and creates that. It's 9:30. You need to quit talking.
Yeah, okay. I guess we got to start our meeting. Okay. Our meeting is called to order, and Michael, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hall,
Here.
Commissioner Fishman,
Here.
Commissioner Byrd,
Still a present.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here.
and Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
We have 5 commissioners present. That constitutes a quorum for the Open Meeting Act.
Okay, Mike, would you please lead us in the pledge and state pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you. I think we got the abridged version of the pledge, but it was good enough.
Works for me.
Yeah. Consideration and approval of the agenda. Any,
I'll move to approve the agenda.
okay. I'll
I'll
second.
second. Okay.
Commissioner Byrd, you get to go on the record there. And Mike, would you please take the vote?
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, introduction of special guests. Sarah?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We do not have any special guests or public comments today, but we do have a presentation.
Okay. Do you want to care to introduce?
It's from Cypress Creek Renewables and Affordable Solar regarding community solar in New Mexico. Is the
Okay.
first one. And I'm going to make the folks from Cypress Creek co-hosts so that they can share their screen if they'd like.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. This is Jeff Johnson here with Cypress Creek. Good morning, everyone. If I could have that hosting access, that would be great. I'll share my screen.
There you go, Jeff. It should be good to go.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah. Great. Good morning, everyone. Do we have Matt Cozy on the line?
Yes, we do. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, commissioners. Apologies for not being on video today, but I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to introduce some members of the Cypress Creek team and for this chance to talk to you all about Cypress Creek and about our interest in community solar in New Mexico. I am the director for community scale markets at Cypress Creek Renewables. So I work on policy creation around the country to advance community solar. And so we are very excited about New Mexico. Just a little bit about Cypress ourselves, as you can tell from this first slide that Jeff has put up. We are a solar and storage energy company. We own, develop, and operate solar and solar plus storage projects across the United States. So we're active in a couple of different markets. Since our founding, we've developed or commercialized over 11 gigawatts of solar across the country at a couple of different scales. We're incredibly excited about the potential to work with you all to realize New Mexico's community solar market.
Great. Thanks, Matt. And this is Jeff Johnson here. I lead our distributed generation development team for our market in New Mexico. I also focus on the Northeast as well, and am excited to speak with you all today. We also have on the line our colleague, Nicole Affleck. Great.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Vanessa Aladid, and I'm one of the registered lobbyists for Cypress Creek as well.
Great.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you, Vanessa, and thank you, Jeff, and thank you, commissioners. I'll run through briefly here the agenda and objectives for today's discussion. So we've just done our introduction of Cypress Creek Renewables, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Nicole has been participating in a lot of the working groups and other activities related to community solar and the implementation of the bill that has been passed. She's the one who does all the actual work, and so I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. So thank you, Nicole, for your participation today. We have a couple of priorities that we see in the rulemaking process that we would love to share with you all. And these are based on some of our experiences in other markets and also based on our partnership with a local developer here in New Mexico. So we want to make sure that, as you do, that the total aggregate retail rate reflects the intent of the legislature. That's a key fundamental component we see to a successful market development. We also want to make sure that we have RFP criteria that accurately and appropriately value local benefits of projects and the maturity level of projects, so that we can get the right projects in the queue, awarded capacity. And speaking of that queue, we want to make sure that there is certainty around interconnection activity to enable the development of solar projects that will provide savings to customers and meet the goals of the legislation. And that leads into our last priority here, which is the allocation of the current 200 megawatts to support a long-term market growth pathway. And so with that, we do have some time for Q&A and next steps. And I want to say that if you commissioners or anyone on the call have questions throughout this discussion, please chime in and interrupt. We'd love to hear you all talk instead of just talking at you. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Jeff, who can walk through some of our rulemaking priorities.
Well, so here's my first question. I take it you guys are participating in the current rulemaking on interconnection?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
Perfect. And I encourage everyone not to be shy and please continue to ask questions. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. So I have 2 slides introducing Cypress Creek a little bit more, and then I'll pass to Nicole to peel back some of the layers of the priorities and look forward to receiving feedback and questions from you all. Here's just a quick snapshot of who we are. We were founded in 2014. The focus of our conversation today is we're really excited about developing projects and megawatts in New Mexico, but you can see that we are a pretty integrated company across our O&M services, asset management, and we also have a pretty robust operating fleet as well. As far as development goes, you can see here that we have 11 gigawatts of solar energy storage projects that solar energy projects that we've developed to date. Of those 11 gigawatts, 1 gigawatt is community solar, and we currently have a pipeline of 1 gigawatt of community solar in development. You can see some example community solar projects sort of in the middle, top of your screen. And I do want to highlight the community engagement portion on the right here. I think as far as takeaways from this slide, one, we want to demonstrate that we've had a lot of success in community solar markets throughout the US. And part of that success is really partnering with communities, building out partnerships, ensuring that we are providing benefits to all the towns, schools, counties with whom we're working. And we're really excited to do the same with New Mexico. So as Matt alluded to, and as is on the agenda, we're partnering with Affordable Solar, and we're really excited to get their in-market expertise while also being able to leverage our success and our technical expertise that we've had in other markets throughout the US. With that, I will pass to Nicole, who will talk through some of our priorities a bit more.
And thank you, Jeff. Briefly, before Nicole gets going, I did want to mention that Catherine, Vanessa's business partner, is also on, and she's another one of our registered lobbyists here in New Mexico. She is the flu, and so I don't want to speak for her, but I know that she is very pleased that we were able to give this presentation today. So thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, commissioners. Happy to be here today. My name's Nicole. I work on our market development team, and like Matt said, have been engaged in the rulemaking so far. So happy to see some of you all here that I've met in that arena. There's a lot on this slide. Matt gave an overview of some of our priorities, and I'll sort of walk you through a little bit more detail there. And as always, please feel free to chime in with any questions. I'll start in the top left corner with bill crediting. Like Matt said, our primary concern is that the bill crediting mechanism follows the legislative intent. And what we mean by that specifically is that only distribution costs are excluded from the bill credit rate, and that transmission costs are included. We took a close look at the utility data submissions on this front and saw a wide variety of interpretations of the bill, but we're very pleased to see in the notice of proposed rulemaking that you all recommend that the credit should be inclusive of transmission charges. Moving along to RFP criteria, our primary concern here is that the RFP, which seems to be the mechanism for project selection, should favor the most mature projects. So that can include items to be scored, including zoning approval, interconnection viability, which we'll speak to a little bit more next, and the degree of project permitting, in addition, of course, to all of the statutory requirements set forth for projects in the program. Speaking a little bit more about interconnection certainty, we all know and has been spoken of very frequently that interconnection is a key point of project attrition, particularly for community solar projects. So increased certainty in this regard is really key to encourage investment in the program and the success of the program. We see three primary ways that this could be achieved. The first is certainty from utilities on if and when community solar projects can receive interconnection agreements. The second is availability of interconnection viability information, primarily hosting capacity maps, and I know there's work being done to further that. And the third is sensible feeder capacity limits. So last and certainly not least is our attention to what we hope to be the sustainable long-term nature of community solar in New Mexico. We would love to see this program expanded beyond the first 200 megawatts. And to ensure that that expansion is successful, attention should be given to it early, such that developers can begin working on the longer lead development items like land acquisition to ensure that projects can begin coming online as soon as the program is expanded. So that's sort of a summary of our top concerns, and would love to hear any of your thoughts or questions.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you, Jeff, Nicole, and Matt. Commissioner Maestas here. You know, we hired Stratagen because of their past work in developing best practices across the country for community solar. But from your perspective, you know, what do you see as best practices based on your experiences in other states that perhaps we haven't considered?
Sure. This is Jeff Johnson here. Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I would say the three things that I would highlight, and some of these things are already starting to be considered, and Nicole mentioned, but the focus on mature projects being allocated into programs is really important to us. Particularly when you're starting with a 200 megawatt AC program, you want to make sure that the projects that get into that program end up being developed and put into construction and become operational. And when you focus on less mature projects, you see attrition there. There are various points of attrition in the development process, from interconnection to permitting as well. And so the maturity piece is really important to us. So that's sort of point one. Point two is ensuring that there are market signals for development. The 200 megawatt AC program is that exact sort of market signal. as we look to invest in numerous projects and megawatts throughout the state, we're really excited to push forward on a number of projects, but seeing continued market signals that there's going to be growth, for instance, beyond 200 megawatts AC, helps us be able to invest more dollars into the communities, into the projects, into consultants and contractors on the ground. And being able to have that as we get to big investment decisions, whether that's an interconnection payment, is really helpful. So point 2 is really around market signals for development. And then I guess point 3 is something that we've learned is just how important community solar is to states looking to increase their renewable energy goals or their platform. There are various ways to add more solar to the grid across residential and transmission scale projects as well. And we are working on transmission scale projects in the state too. But community solar does provide a really localized effort and benefit to communities that we think is really important to building out and meeting renewable energy goals. So in summary, I'd say sort of maturity of projects, market signals for development, and just the inherent value that distributed generation projects provides to the grid is really helpful here. Does that help, or is there anything I can expand on?
It does, and I have just a few more questions. I think I couldn't help but focus on your recommendation to start looking ahead to perhaps an expansion beyond 200 megawatts. But as you know, we have statutory limitations. This is really a pilot program without it being called a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that Nicole mentioned that land acquisition is a long-term strategy to further community solar development. But I think about some of the limitations in the grid. For example, feeder line capacity issues. Right now, all we know is of the feeder lines that are at capacity, but what we don't know is all those feeder lines that could be triggered to exceed their capacity with maybe just one 5 megawatt community solar project. So how do we, beyond land acquisition and looking forward, and without a commitment for investment in these feeder lines, how do you see us getting around that? Because I fear that if these projects have to pay for feeder line capacity expansion, it could threaten the viability of the project itself. So can you maybe touch on other long-term issues besides land acquisition that could pave the way for future expansion of this program?
That's a great question, Commissioner. And I would say we don't want to just see a wholesale expansion of it. We want it to be really thoughtful and data-driven as far as what the additional goal ends up being. And part of that requires additional studies and a better understanding of what the infrastructure can take and where developers can come to the table and support pushing that and pushing and upgrading that infrastructure. I mentioned some of my experience in the Northeast. We've worked really collaboratively in the state of New York to drive cost sharing mechanisms, whether that's across feeders or substations. And I think getting a better understanding of sort of where we are and where we can go, and then exploring creative mechanisms to help drive investment. The goal is not for community solar projects to take up all the capacity on these lines. It's to provide local benefits to the grid to ensure that, we may be able to avoid other infrastructure upgrade costs. And so it needs to be this holistic approach. And I think we're really cognizant that that needs to happen. And we'd be glad to work with any stakeholders to help figure that out.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, just my final question is, I'm looking at your slide and I'm looking at your first bullet under RFP criteria, and then I look at interconnection certainty, and we made it a point to let all the solar developers know that your queue in the interconnection is not going to get you any advantage on the community solar side, because we're still in the process of finalizing the rule. So how do you reconcile that? Do you consider interconnection queue position as part of the RFP criteria, or because I see other criteria that can really demonstrate maturity and likelihood for construction and operation beyond interconnection queue position. So I'm trying to understand, your recommendation there. Did that make sense?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, thank you. And team, I don't want to be taking up the mic here, but happy to respond, and others can feel free to chime in. I think one of our big attrition points in development is around prohibitive interconnection upgrade costs. And as a result, we believe that it's really helpful to have more interconnection information sooner rather than later, such that folks that are, let's say, approved or accepted in the RFP process, if they have not gone far enough in the interconnection study, may receive information that prohibits the project from going forward. And understanding that currently the framework is what it is, it's a recommendation based on experience we've had in seeing projects attrit from interconnection queues. So really the pointing that out there, the purpose was to continue the conversation about what that can look like, because we do think that it's an important one when honing in on what projects will comprise the 200 megawatts in the program.
Mr. Chair, I guess just one more.
Thanks, Jeff.
I guess I want to get your take on first come, first serve, because you mentioned we in many instances don't know what the capacity is of feeder lines that are not currently at capacity. And so if you're first come, first serve, you go through the interconnection application and the pre-application, you pay for a system impact assessment to determine whether or not that feeder line can accommodate your proposed project. But if you're first come, first serve, you could spend time and money only to find out that feeder line is going to be triggered and will exceed its capacity with your proposed project. So which is better? So what's your take on first come, first serve?
Yeah, and Matt, I heard you chiming in. I'm happy to continue here, but
sure.
I would go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Jeff. Let me say something really quickly. Thank you, Commissioner. It's an important question, and I know Jeff is going to get into some of the technical reasons from the development perspective why first come, first serve can be advantageous. But generally, I would say with all of these elements under interconnection certainty, the certainty is what gives the info to the developer that the developer needs to determine where these projects can be viable. And projects being viable isn't just good for the developer, it's what ultimately will get projects on the system faster and will get savings to customers faster. And so that's one of the reasons that we are focusing on certainty for the interconnection process. As we've seen in other markets, there have been times where absent some of these studies being done prior to granting capacity, we've seen projects, as Jeff said, get into a queue, and the folks administering the program think that they're in great shape, and it turns out that a lot of these projects ultimately have prohibitively expensive interconnection upgrade costs, or they don't have enough capacity on the circuit, or there's a new substation that needs to be built. So a lot of that from the developer's perspective, we'd want to know sooner rather than later, such that we can find the right sites and get the right projects in queue to serve customers and save them money as quickly as possible. So that's sort of the overarching framing for all of that. And I'll turn it back to Jeff, who knows more than me on this topic.
Thanks, Matt. And Commissioner, I guess just building off of what Matt mentioned and tying it back to first come, first serve. I mean, you raised some great points. I think we certainly support first come, first serve approach. I think there are maturity requirements that are still important to take into consideration when considering first come, first serve. to the question of, what happens to projects that hypothetically would arrive first, that then see material impacts or material costs from feeder upgrades. I think the two responses I would have there is, one, certainly it's really important to get feedback from the pre-application and the early study from the utility, and understanding what kind of information can be gleaned from that study to drive forward how much you should spend and throttle development spend up or down. So that's point one. And then point two, I would say, kind of tying back to what some of Nicole mentioned around accessibility to interconnection information. I think those signals to developers around, where should developers target some of their development and where they're looking to interconnect to provide benefits to the grid is really important, and can help some developers get more comfortable with paying for system impact studies, maybe a little bit earlier on, because they see that there is in fact some hosting capacity there.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, those are all my questions.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse
Mr.
me,
Chair.
all unmuted. I wanted to just ask one quick follow-up, and then I'll get over to you, Commissioner Hall.
Okay.
In the work that you've done, have you seen any arrangements where the utility essentially creates a list of locations where these projects can add the most locational value and where interconnection cost might be the lowest?
And I'll allude to some of my experience in New York again. Utilities do, in some instances, provide substations that are targeted for interconnection upgrades. And it's a little bit of a two-way approach, whereby if the utilities are looking to drive projects and capacities to certain parts of the state, they can do that. But simultaneously, if developers coalesce around a certain part of the state, then that list of substations can be upgraded to incorporate more, such that more projects can go to lessen the burden. So the short answer is yes. There are some more nuances to that response, Commissioner, but that's essentially the concept.
Yeah, so it feels like there'd be a number of reasons that a certain location might make the most sense, including expansion of the grid and plans and that. Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Hall.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Mr. Johnson. Let's see. I just wanted to confirm. I thought Commissioner Fishman asked you if you'd been participating in the interconnection rulemaking. Is that correct? Or are you participating in the community solar rulemaking?
We're participating in both, more heavily in the community solar, but we've been following interconnection as well.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Well, if you're involved at all with the interconnection rulemaking, then you may be aware that we're conducting it in two phases. We just finished phase one, and phase two will be commenced at the beginning of next year, in the early part of next year. And in phase two, we'll be addressing more difficult issues than what we had been looking at in phase one, including causation, principal and cost sharing possibilities, in light of the fact that many people who currently would like to interconnect, not necessarily community solar projects, but individuals or commercial interests, find themselves on a feeder that's at capacity or near capacity, and can't afford the cost of the upgrade. And so we're going to try to get our arms around that issue a lot more in that phase. And I wanted to encourage you to participate actively there, because I think your insights would be very helpful. and the insights that you can provide to others can be very helpful as well. And then additionally, I was interested in your bullets here about interconnection as well. And Commissioner Maestas asked a lot of my questions already, but I was interested in the item where you said PNM has been helpful in enabling the certainty that you need concerning, I assume you mean queue position. I just wondered if you could explain to me what that is exactly. What's the basis for your certainty?
Sure. We've been able to, and thank you for these comments, Commissioner. We've been able to continue with interconnection applications with PNM and have those projects stay in queue, which has enabled us to look ahead to next April and looking at the 200 megawatt program and understanding where we think we might be able to be most successful. And so that's been really helpful in us being able to invest more dollars into those PNM projects, just because those applications still are in queue and we have not been removed from queue essentially.
You say they are PNM projects. What do you mean by that?
They're projects that will be connected to PNM infrastructure.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so knowing that you're safely in the queue allows you to proceed to your next step of site location. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and in addition, starting to pursue local permits and pay for additional studies on site, whether that's environmental, civil studies, things of that nature.
I see. Well, that's interesting to know. Thank you very much. I have no more questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff. Go on next slide here. Or whomever.
So actually, this does wrap the presentation.
Oh, that's it?
I stuck around on this slide because it had the most amount of content and I thought it might draw the most questions, but that we essentially went through the Q&A portion, and I do want to reiterate how appreciative we are of folks' time, and we're really excited about participating in the rulemaking across community solar and interconnection. And if the commission has any follow-up questions, we'd be glad to circle back and answer them, but it's been very helpful to speak with you all this morning.
Before we go, I just want to be sure that there are no other questions from Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and I'd like to ask a question or make a comment in reference to, I don't know if Matt or Jeff, if they're still on the presentation time, but I understand that you did say that you are working in partnership with Affordable Solar. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I also understand there's a couple of lobbyists tuning in for this particular presentation. But my point is that Affordable Solar have been involved in business operations with PNM in the past. And according to the Constitution under our jurisdiction, no utility companies or solar companies can contribute campaign contribution to candidates for this position. But PNM and Community Solar went ahead and contribute more than $400,000 to prior candidates. And I just like to put this on the record for the minutes for the PRC meeting. I believe that community solar, I'm sorry, affordable solar is, they started off on the wrong path, and they have a reputation amongst the commission here at the Public Regulation Commission, and now also probably in the community solar meetings. But I just like to put that on the record. It's not going to go away because these contribution is public record. Any citizen in New Mexico can retrieve that record. So that's my point for this particular comment. Thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioner Byrd, any thoughts you want to add?
Well, actually, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar just said what I was thinking. So thank you.
Okay. Just one other question is, it seems to me that we're likely to get more cost-effective projects in, well, just more cost-effective projects if we do have some kind of formal process where we identify locations that for various reasons are ideal locations for community solar. And I guess I'll just ask the question, in your participation in rulemakings, is that a topic that's come up, and how has it been addressed?
Good question, Chairman. Nicole, do you have any follow-on thoughts there? I know.
Sure. I know that Arthur O'Donnell, who has been leading the community solar and interconnection rulemaking, has a focus on this. As far as I can understand it, he's concerned about resources to develop hosting capacity maps, but that seems to have the most consensus surrounding it as a solution for the problem that you outlined, Mr. Chair. So I think that may be top of mind as far as solutions go. But of course, we would love to be part of the conversation, thinking about what else could be a solution.
Okay. And has that been an area of controversy in the discussions on the rule, or not?
No, I don't think so. I think there's widespread consensus that interconnection information is an important piece of information that will help the program succeed and help developers participate in a way that is most beneficial to the grid and to ratepayers and the program itself. And there have been many offers for help, as I have just given, to develop and help think about the best way to provide that type of information.
Okay, terrific. And I just wanted to, before you go, raise the issue of storage. Have you in community solar projects incorporated storage in the past? And what are the barriers to that, and pros and cons?
Yeah, Jeff, I'll let you answer that question.
Sure, thanks, Nicole. We have incorporated storage into some projects. We incorporate it on a case-by-case basis, depending on the value add that we see, depending on capacity market pricing in certain markets. And so I think we're in the early stages of reviewing that for these projects. It's something we want to dig into more, but certainly it's a balance of the cost of the storage system versus the incremental value that it's bringing based on, shifting load to the shoulder hours or other parts of the day when the sun's not shining.
Right, right. And one last thing I've been noticing lately, some marketing going on by ESS with their iron chemistry flow battery. Do you guys have any? I'm kind of intrigued. I just wonder if you guys have any inside dope on that.
I personally do not. We're always looking at the latest, most cost-effective and best storage solutions for our project. So I'm sure we'll be digging into it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If there are any other commissioner questions? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your giving us your perspective.
Likewise, thank you very much for the time, everyone.
Thank you all.
Yes. Thank you, commissioners. We appreciate your time.
There we go. Okay, next up, we have a presentation from Alicia on the water assistance for low-income customers. Alicia, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Alicia Leyva Tercero, Economics Bureau Chief for the Utility Division. And I was asked to attend a NARUC webinar on water assistance for low-income customers that was held on September 23rd, and to report back to you on that today. And that webinar discussed the new low-income household water assistance program, LIWAP. There were no PowerPoint presentations provided for the webinar, but I did try to do my best to take notes for you. I believe you've received a copy of those notes. And if possible, I'd like to go ahead and share my screen with those. Can you all see that?
Yep.
Okay, great. And so I won't go through this whole document. As you can see, there were 4 panelists, but I'd like to focus on the key pieces of guidance for establishing LIWAP and features related to program implementation that were discussed by Christina Clark, Federal Office of Community Services Operations and Policy Branch Chief for LIWAP. Okay, so here's that section on the notes. And so LIWAP is implemented by the Federal Office of Community Services under the Administration for Children and Families under the Department of Health and Human Services. And LIWAP was authorized by the American Rescue Plan Act of December 2020, and appropriations were made under the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 21, which appropriated a combined total of just over $1.1 billion for water and wastewater assistance for low-income households. And LIWAP is being implemented by states, territories, and Native American tribes and tribal organizations. The purpose of the program is to assist low-income households, particularly those with lowest incomes that pay a high proportion of income for household water and wastewater services. And assistance is provided by making payments on behalf of the eligible households to reduce arrearages of and rates charged for water and wastewater services, which include current and past due bills. And the legislation directed that payments be made by providing funds to the owners or operators of public water and wastewater systems. So payments go directly to water and wastewater utility providers. And this can include privately owned systems that provide service to the public. And in carrying out the appropriation, both HHS and LIWAP and the LIWAP grantee should use as appropriate, and to the extent applicable, the existing processes, procedures, and policies that are already in place to provide assistance for low-income households. So LIHEAP was identified as the model for LIWAP. And LIWAP is an emergency program that was authorized in response to the COVID pandemic. So there's currently no permanent authorization, and grantees must obligate the funds for the program by the end of FY23. And so the Office of Community Services has established 3 priority groups that are being communicated to the grantees. And those are: 1, households that have been disconnected and do not currently have water services in their homes; 2, households that are facing disconnection or have a threat of disconnection due to arrearages that are currently on their water bills; and 3, households that are seeking assistance to reduce their current bills to help ensure affordability of household water services. And so for priority groups 1 and 2, the grantees will pay the full amount that's needed to reconnect services to the household or to prevent disconnection. But for priority group 3, the amount of the benefit payment is up to the discretion of the grantee, and grantees are encouraged to establish a benefit matrix or a predefined parameters that can be applied during the application intake to help the grantee identify the benefit amount. And vendor agreements were also discussed. These agreements establish the parameters for the work and communication between the grantee and the water and wastewater utility provider who ultimately received the LIWEP benefit payments. And the agreements provide for the establishment of processes and procedures to notify households of the amount of benefit payment assistance that was applied on their behalf, methods to confirm on a regular basis that the benefits have been credited appropriately to households and that services have been restored or that the threat of disconnection has been removed, the assurance that no household receiving assistance under the grant is treated adversely because of the assistance. And written agreements are not required, but if there's not a written agreement, then the grantees must develop rigorous procedures to ensure that the communication and criteria outlined here are being met. And allowable costs for the funding include administrative costs, and there's a 15% cap for administrative costs. It also includes outreach and eligibility and household benefits, and 75% of the grant award should be allocated to benefits. So currently awards have been made to 49 states, 5 territories, the District of Columbia, and just over 100 tribes.
So Alicia, just there, do you have any information on New Mexico grants?
I did try to look up that information, and I know that that states needed to provide a detailed plan to be able to get the funding. And I did see that New Mexico had provided that plan. So I believe that New Mexico has received funding.
Is that something that you could track down for us? Who's got it and how they're using it?
Well, I believe it's being administered by our Human Services Department. And so I didn't see any information on their website, on the state's website. I could probably find a copy of that plan if you'd like to see that.
I think it would be worthwhile just to see, you know, what's happening, where the help's going, and you know, maybe an opportunity for us to be sure everyone knows about it. We can, if nothing else, help publicize it.
Sure, I did see the plan somewhere, and I will try to locate that again and send you all a copy of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Keep going.
Okay, and so I'm not going to go through the rest of the panelists in detail, but briefly, just to give you an overview of kind of what each of the rest of the panelists discussed. So first, Christopher Ayers, who's the Executive Director of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, Public Staff, and the President of the National Association of the State Utility Consumer Advocates, or NASUCA. He discussed the program need and how it's not just a COVID issue, but that there is a need to have a long-term program. And the hope is that this is the foundation for that. And then Heather Holting, American Water Senior Manager, Collections and Billing, also mentioned the importance of sustaining the program and that American Water will continue beyond this year advocacy to try to make the program an annual program like LIHEAP. And then lastly, David Bortman, Deputy Director of Community Assistance, Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, discussed the difference between gas and electric versus water and sewer, and particularly the cost difference. And in Illinois, the cost of water and sewer is much less than the cost of gas and electric. So the benefit given to the low-income customer is significantly less. Therefore, the amount provided to administer the program is much lower. So Illinois is running the program as a crisis program rather than an entitlement program. and they're handling the disconnections and those that are in imminent threat of disconnection. And to the extent possible, they're trying to piggyback on LIHEAP for income verification to reduce that administrative burden. And so that is essentially what I got from the webinar. I'm reluctant to say that I'll answer any questions that you might have on this, because what you see in my notes is about the extent of my knowledge on the program. But I know that there's supposed to be a recording of the webinar available on the NARUC website. So hopefully you can access that if you want to go back and listen to it on your own. And again, I'll try to get that plan for you.
Okay. Thank you, Alicia. If you don't know the answers, don't worry about it, but I'm obligated to let commissioners ask questions. So if you don't know, you don't know, don't worry about it. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Well, I have one question that's just kind of a nitpicky, slightly pissed off kind of question about government in general. Why we have separate programs for water and for other utilities, electric utilities, I don't get it. The same people are going to be facing the same problem. I wish we could get our act together and combine these programs in some kind of rational way. So there's just my little nitpicky complaint. But thank you very much for presenting this. We'll look forward to getting that little bit of additional information and see if there's anything the commission can do to be sure that water companies and individuals see the potential benefits they might be able to get from the program.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your time.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, probably we're on to the, well, I'll wait for the agenda to show on the screen. Got it, Sarah?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just a moment. I lost it for a moment.
I wanted to be sure you were there.
I am. Here we go.
We can't do it without you.
Okay. We're on to consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
Okay. Commissioners, I will move to accept the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'll second. Okay, fine.
Okay. And Mike, would you please take the vote?
Commissioners, this is a vote on approving the minutes for the October 6th, October 12th, and October 20th open meeting minutes. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The open meeting minutes for the aforementioned meetings are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to consent action items. Commissioners, anyone have any modifications to make there?
Move to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent action items.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and made the motion. We've got a second from Commissioner Maestas. And Mike, would you please walk us through it and take the roll?
Commissioners, the consent action items today consist of transportation matters, case 21-00249 TRM in the matter of the application of Elegance Limousines LLC for a certificate to provide limousine service. This is a potential order regarding the application for a certificate. Case 21-00261 TRM in the matter of the application of Village of Cimarron, DBA Cimarron Community Ambulance for reissuance of certificate number 20931 to provide ambulance service. It's a potential order regarding the recommendation on temporary authority. Utility Matters, case 21-00041 UT, in the matter of the joint application of Valencia Mesa LLC and New Mexico Water Service Company for the several approvals and authorizations required in connection with the acquisition of Valencia Mesa LLC's assets by New Mexico Water Service Company and the application by New Mexico Water Service Company for approval to operate certain water utility facilities. It's a potential order regarding the recommended decision, case 21-00222 UT, in the matter of the application by Zia Natural Gas Company for approval of its 2022 through 2024 energy efficiency program pursuant to the New Mexico Public Utility Act and the Energy Efficiency Act. And that's a potential initial order on the application. I will take the roll. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
And Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to regular action items. And we're looking at docket 21-219-TR-EN in the matter of the investigation of Albuquerque Ohana Movers LLC. Hans.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Fishman and commissioners. This matter comes before the commission upon the stipulated agreement and notice of cancellation of hearing. As you might recall, the transportation staff had reviewed and reported that Albuquerque Ohana Movers had been in violation of operating without a license since about 2019 and other statutory violations, including but not limited to failure to submit proof of financial responsibility. Albuquerque Ohana Movers and staff subsequently entered into and stipulated to a penalty amount of $10,000 in conjunction with the agreement that Albuquerque Ohana Movers will cease its business operations as a moving company, as they did not apply for a certificate to continue their operations. As both parties have agreed to the stipulation, I recommend the commission approve the settlement in full satisfaction of the investigation. Albuquerque Ohana Movers has requested to pay $10,000 in fluctuating monthly payments, with a final payment due no later than January 1st, 2024, which gives them a little over 2 years to make those full payments. But similarly to Loco Movers Moving Company, I believe Commissioner Byrd would like to offer an alternative proposed order, which I also circulated to the commissioners. So I will let Commissioner Byrd introduce it.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Well, it's same as what we proposed for the last moving company that got caught with their pants down. So if they'll pay up front rather than making payments, a lump sum, we'll consider that as paid in full. And I believe it's by the end of the month is what is in the order. But it recognizes that it's a small business trying to take that entrepreneurial spirit here in New Mexico, and my desire not to completely squelch those desires. Try to minimize the impact to their pocketbook, especially when companies or individuals now are having to make payments to pay a fine. These aren't big companies; they're small individuals, and trying to help that out and show that we are truly business friendly. So I'm sure everybody saw that alternate order, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Just to fill in some of the gaps, the alternative proposed order proposes that AOM pay a lump sum amount of $3,400 by November 30th, and that is a percentage consistent with what we previously offered for local movers. And if the lump sum amount is fully satisfied by November 30th, the remaining amount would be waived by the commission as a deviation from standards due to the financial hardship of AOM. So if that is fully paid, if the $3,400 is paid by November 30th, the remaining amount would be rescinded. So if I could have a motion on either the amended order or the previous order.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Hall.
So, Hans, I'm sure maybe you told us before, but I wondered about the facts of the case a bit, whether these Ohana movers were aware that there was a permit issue or not. I seem to recall in the previous case, the movers in that case weren't aware that they even had to get a permit. Is that the same factual circumstance here with Ohana?
I believe so, Commissioner Hall. Unfortunately, I don't have a full background report from staff as I did in the previous. I believe from the facts that are known to me, I believe this company also runs a trash removal business, and they were just looking to expand. Expand their business into doing some moving as well to pick up any short times in between. So I don't think they were aware that they had to get a further application from us to do business as a moving company business.
And you think that because they already had a permit for trash removal?
I believe so. I cannot confirm that though. Like I said, I did not get a detailed report like I did for local movers. It's just really, just the stipulation that they agreed to a $10,000 fine period without a breakdown of that or remaining facts.
You know, in cases where we don't have a hearing and a hearing examiner, a recommended decision, we don't have a report from staff. We just don't know the facts. And I don't know whether this was an intentional, disregard of the law or not. And it would make a big difference in how I looked at the penalty to impose. And, it's confusing because they stipulated they signed a stipulated agreement, apparently. Have they signed it? They signed the stipulated agreement about paying. So, ordinarily that would, be all we need to indicate that they acknowledge guilt. But it's just bothers me that there's no staff report. And I guess I would just like to say that in the future, if we have a case like this, I'd like some sort of recitation of facts so I can exercise my judgment more, because I appreciate Commissioner Byrd's approach to, not trying to avoid over penalizing parties when they may have been just completely uninformed and thought that what they were doing was perfectly legal, as opposed to, this is my issue, I guess. I don't know whether it's Commissioner Byrd's issue. I know he also wants to be friendly to small businesses, and I share that concern. But my concern is also whether or not the penalty is appropriate to the action of the wrongdoer. So since I don't know, I don't want to impose a maximum penalty, even though this party has agreed to it. I have no idea how sophisticated they are, but if I think I would support Commissioner Byrd's order over the stipulated agreement, simply because this may be a party who is unsophisticated, didn't understand about getting permits, and probably.
I believe that would be consistent, because in order for them to have trash remover or dumping, that is more in accordance with local laws and environmental division than us regulating that. So I think they really just didn't understand that to expand that into another territory required a certificate from us.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Fishman, Commissioner Fishman, Mr. Chair. That's all I
Mr.
have.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
Well, I guess I'm a little concerned about setting a precedent here that whenever we levy a fine and it's stipulated by the company itself, but yet we go ahead with really no firm basis, no reason to reduce it. I'm worried about setting a precedent. And I was wondering if Mike, you might answer that. Could we establish commission precedent by offering some incentive for a fine reduction if they pay a percentage of it within a certain time frame in lieu of the total amount?
The commission's, it partially depends on the specific circumstances under which the commission decides to make that offer, and that I think should be based on the individual facts of each matter. Otherwise, I think there is an argument to be made that the commission is adopting a policy that's established in the precedent of previous cases.
Chair, I guess my point is that we're regulators and we avoid at all costs being arbitrary, and to simply agree that we want to be business friendly and just reduce the fine without any basis could set that precedent without any real firm basis. And I think if this was a unilateral decision by the agency or a recommendation by staff to fine them for $10,000 for this, then I could see us, with the help, as Commissioner Hall mentioned, with the help of maybe some narrative or recommendation from staff to give us some discretionary judgment. But I don't see that we have discretionary judgment, just an arbitrary conclusion that we want to be business friendly. And so I'm worried about commission precedent. I'm concerned without having a firm basis on facts for reducing the penalty. But I can appreciate what Commissioner Byrd is doing. And I realize, fines are tough to pay, but they agreed to a payment plan. They have another enterprise in trash removal, so they're not completely going out of business. They have multiple franchises. So I'm not as maybe sympathetic, to a fine reduction without a firm basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I completely agree. And I think the thing that would be the correct thing to do, or what I would like to see happen based on my concerns, is that we bring this case back next week with some information about the facts before we make a decision. Commissioner Maestas is absolutely right. We don't want to look arbitrary, and it would be arbitrary without facts. So we need to get some facts, and we need to have a staff report at a minimum on cases like this, especially when there's going to be, a possibility for, a proposal for a different fee. We really can't be picking and choosing without real information. So I suggest we bring it back next week.
Okay. I think you both raised great points.
Chairman Fishman, if I may.
Yeah.
I'd just like to address Commissioner Maestas's concern about precedent, which is a concern that I share as well. But I think that if you read my order, that I do cover us in that regard, specifically when I'm making a finding regarding the deviation from the penalty agreed to by the parties. I'm indicating the financial hardship of the Albuquerque Ohana movers, and the set of circumstances provided for that are unique to this matter, and the cooperation of the company during the course of the investigation. I, of course, am always including language and findings that we are making a deviation unique to this particular set of circumstances to avoid a true slippery slope if another matter comes before us. I mean, as we're aware, these are the first two investigations of this nature that have been presented for a pretty good period of time, since I've been here, at least for the last couple of years. So when we initially are out there looking, it doesn't really surprise me that we are offering some amount, stipulated amount, just to penalize them, obviously, for wrongdoing. However, also kind of the precedent we are setting is letting everyone else out there know that we are watching, and that the first couple of snares, so to speak, here are setting the precedent to let everyone else know that may be penalized in the future, that these are the type of penalties that you could incur if you don't come into compliance. And so for me, a precedent of the first couple of speeding tickets get reduced, but anyone else that gets caught speeding, we can definitely assess heavier fines. When Commissioner Hall made the indication that that this is the maximum penalty, it's not really the maximum penalty, considering we can do $10,000 per day. So this is really only the $10,000 is really just a one day fine, a maximum 1 day fine, but a 1 day fine instead of a multiple years fine. So I just wanted to address those concerns in terms of what isn't precedent, and let you know that I do take that into consideration when drafting my orders.
And Mr. Chair, I think that maybe going forward, I think Commissioner Hall said I'd like to know more from staff to go along with these recommendations, but I think Hans brought up my follow-up issue in that this is a very minor fine in the context of a daily fine. And so what I'm getting at is maybe staff ought to say, really, if we were to really maximize the fines, this would be the maximum fine. It would be $10,000 per day for every day of operation, going all the way back to 2019. I don't know what the specific date is, but so I think we're already showing leniency based on the potential maximum amount of the potential fine. So I think that we deserve, or we should know that, what the maximum fine could potentially be in these cases.
I will request a report from staff similar to the report that they gave for local movers, so I can provide that information next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hans.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll table this 21-00219 for 1 week.
I will second. And Mike, take the roll on that.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas, I can't tell if he's still on the screen or if he was.
Yeah,
muted.
he's sitting there.
I said aye. Can you hear me?
No, now we did.
Yeah, now he did.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Matter is tabled by a vote of 5-0.
And I'll just say, Commissioner Byrd, I'm very sympathetic to the reduced fine that you're talking about. So I don't feel like we're on shaky ground considering that at all. So thank you for putting that forward. Okay, we're on to 21-264 TR-M in the matter of the application of the town of Dexter for reissuance of certificate number 18599 to provide ambulance service. Hans, it's still with you.
Thank you, Chairman Fishman. As the commission may recall, the commission took emergency action on November 1st, voting to grant temporary authority to the town of Dexter for reissuance of their certificate to provide ambulance service. Their certificate was set to expire on November 1st, thus necessitating the commission's emergency order to grant them temporary authority until the end of the notice period. Basically, in terms of satisfying the Open Meeting Act, this was noticed on the agenda under appropriate notice for the Open Meetings Act. So we just need a vote to potentially ratify the action that was taken at the emergency meeting of November 1st in order to satisfy the notice. And I would note that, please note, this is just for the town of Dexter. We actually took 2 emergency actions on November 1st. The second one will be noticed for the next agenda. So this would just be for the one emergency action that was taken for the town of Dexter, granting them temporary authority. So I just need a motion to ratify the vote that was taken on November 1st.
Mr. Chair.
To ratify.
Okay, second.
Okay, Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order passes 5-0.
Okay. On to docket 20-238UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for revision of its retail rates under advice notice number 292, authorization and approval to abandon its Plant X unit, 3 generating station, and 3 other associated relief. Southwestern Public Service. Judy, are you there?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today on an order that's being proposed by Commissioner Fishman to reopen the record in this proceeding, to conduct an additional hearing on the proposed stipulation. The purpose of the hearing would be for the commission to take administrative notice of cases number 17-00044 UT and 21-00169. And also to receive evidence and testimony on certain issues pertaining to the stipulation. The proposed order would state that the hearing examiner would issue a procedural order and ensure that the hearings were completed prior to November 23rd of this month. That is because while the commission is determining a final resolution on the stipulation, SPS has told the suspension of the advice notice. And that's the reason we would like to do it as expeditiously as possible. As you may recollect, the application was originally filed on January 4th, 2021. And the commission did suspend the advice notice for a period of 9 months. But in accordance with the procedural order issued by the hearing examiner, that suspension period was told if the parties filed a stipulation, and that did happen. And in July, the end of July of 21, there was a 3 or 4 day hearing regarding the stipulation. The stipulation was filed on June 23rd, 2021, and it was signed. It's an uncontested comprehensive stipulation. And I can go through what the stipulation provides and what the original application provided if you'd like me to. But that being said, the reason that Commissioner Fishman has stated that he would like to reopen the record is that in case 169, which was SPS's IRP case, SPS stated it wasn't proposing any new generation resources until 2031. Therefore, SPS may not request another rate increase by a rate case until 2031 and may only propose new distribution and transmission upgrades by rate riders. The proposed order finds that prior to approving the uncontested stipulation, it would be in the public interest to reopen the record to take administrative notice of 21-00169 and to conduct a public hearing to receive testimony on the issue of what are SPS's future needs for generation resources, what are SPS's needs for future distribution and transmission resources, when will SPS file a future rate case, will SPS add distribution and transmission resources by a general rate case or by rate riders pursuant to the Grid Modernization Act. So that's one of the issues that Commissioner Fishman would like further evidence and testimony on. The second one is regarding case number 17-0044 UT, which was the original Hale and Sagamore CCN cases. In those cases, there was testimony filed and made part of the record, which is relevant to the issue of the cost allocation as it was proposed in the uncontested stipulation. The proposed order finds that prior to approving the stipulation, it would be in the public interest to reopen the record to take administrative notice of case number 17-0044 and to conduct a public hearing to receive testimony on the issue of whether the stipulation results in fair, just and reasonable rates, in that the cost allocation proposed is an approximate 12% increase in residential rates with a rate decrease for certain other classes, given that there is testimony in case 17-0044 that all customers will experience a net benefit for 10 years from building the Hale and Sagamore wind facilities. That would include residential customers. And in the proposed order and in the memo, I point to numerous instances where there is testimony in the record in case number 17-00044 that, quote, SPS is pursuing this investment for the economic benefit of its customers. And it doesn't specify not including residential customers. And for this reason, the proposed order would require that the hearing examiner hold a public hearing prior to November 23rd regarding these issues. And Commissioner Fishman may want to add more. And again, I can talk about the original application and the stipulation if anyone would like me to. So at this point, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Fishman.
So I'll be super brief. So kind of the bottom line is I'm concerned that there's I don't know if I'm concerned that probably unintentionally, there's been kind of a bait and switch done on residential customers that Hale and Sagamore were put in place to save them money. And the net result is no, they're not saving money. But some large industrial customers are. And that we need to come up with a more fair allocation of costs. And they may be exactly how that happens, I think already may be on the record in these other proceedings. So anyway, that's to be more fair in terms of cost allocation between residences and industrial customers. In terms of the other item, the IRP, and looking at future investments, if we're in a situation where SPS doesn't have many investments to make over the future 7 or 8 or 9 years, as their IRP seems to suggest, they have no reason to come back and do another rate case. Their assets will be depreciating rapidly, and customers can end up paying for a rate base that's grossly inflated. It doesn't get reduced for the depreciation that's going on in the meantime. And, customers end up overpaying. So we should take a look at that issue and figure out if we need to set a time frame to have another rate case to be sure that the rate base doesn't get way out of whack and customers end up overpaying. So anyway, those are the two issues that I really want to be sure we get enough evidence to address properly by reopening the record.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I just want to remark on the coincidence that I see here. I'm sure General Counsel did not plan in the order of cases here today, but here we have two stipulated agreements. One, well, I guess we were both being asked to look at, but there are underlying facts that we really want to understand before we approve either one. I mean, one is a much smaller scale than this one, but I just think it speaks well of this commission and particularly of you, Mr. Chair, for understanding the problem here in this case, in the SPS case, because there's quite a bit at stake. And I remember I was on the commission when we approved the 17-00044 case. And we were all very impressed and very pleased to know that Hale and Sagamore were going to keep rates low going into the future. So I just want to reiterate what I thought was our general policy is that stipulated agreements are not favored. And I think in this case, we're being proactive about it, like we were in the last case we just talked about. And I want to commend you for drawing this problem to our attention, because I think it makes a big difference for consumers who are served by SPS. And we really do need to pay attention to what's happening there, especially the residential class, because this is not the first time, and I don't know whether it was SPS, but it's not the first time we've seen a case where there's been a drastic increase in the residential class and a decrease in cost to the industrial class. And I think we have to look at those very closely. So I appreciate your drawing this to our attention.
And I want to emphasize that I think Hale and Sagamore are terrific projects and they will save money over time. We just need to be sure that the financial benefits fairly accrue to all parties.
Correct.
And both these issues are basically just being sure with the savings that are going to come from Hale and Sagamore. And by the way, congratulations to SPS for pulling this together, because they'll make a lot of money on the deal because of their increased asset base, and customers are going to save money too. So it's a real win-win. We just have to be sure all the benefits get shared fairly. So
Agreed.
Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll move the order. Move to approve the order.
Second.
Any other commissioner comments before we vote?
Just, Mr. Chair, I want to echo what Commissioner Hall said. Thank you for bringing this forward on behalf of the residential customers in the SPS service territory.
Okay, Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Orders approved 5-0.
And we're on to 21-128-UT in the matter of the commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.7.3 NMAC, integrated resource plans and procurement procedures. Judy, once again.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this case was opened in, I believe, June of this or May of this year to consider amending the New Mexico Rule 17. The New Mexico Public Regulation Rule 17.7.3 NMAC pertaining to integrated resource plans of electric utilities and procurement by electric utilities. This order opens a formal rulemaking proceeding. It also issues a proposed rule attached as Exhibit A, and it issues a notice of proposed rulemaking attached as Exhibit B. It provides with certain timeline, and which could be changed by the commission to a certain degree. This will not get published in the New Mexico Register until the end of November. And so the 30 days period would run till the end of December. And so the proposed schedule would be the filing of initial comments on January 10th, 2022. The filing of response comments February 1st, 2022. And then a public hearing on March 15th, 2022. I moved the public hearing. It's just a suggestion to after the legislative session. And I wanted to give at least a couple weeks after for staff to be able to, really be able to focus in on the rule. And then the record closure date would be April 12th, 2022. I think when we originally opened the docket, I informed the commission that the purpose of amending the IRP rule was to comply with certain laws that have been either enacted or amended since the original IRP rule was promulgated in 2007. The Efficient Use of Energy Act has been amended. The Renewable Energy Act has been amended. The Energy Transition Act was enacted. The Grid Modernization Act has been enacted. So those are all rule changes that have occurred, statute changes that have occurred since 2007. The purpose of the rule is to better assist utilities in identifying the most cost-effective portfolio of resources, which is the term that's used in the IRP statute. And This rule intends to establish fair, robust, competitive procurement regulations to ensure selection of the most cost-effective portfolio of resources. It also is intended to ensure that utilities, when proposing resources, prioritize those that comply best with the state's requirements for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and fostering clean energy development as set forth in the Energy Transition Act, and for proposing resources that work towards grid modernization as set forth in the Grid Modernization Act. The rule intends to have utilities properly prioritize distributed energy resources, demand response resources, energy efficiency resources, renewable energy resources, flexible generation, low emission resources, energy storage, and transmission and distribution grid improvements. The rule also intends to improve transparency for regulators, interveners, and the public in the planning and procurement process, and to minimize last-minute regulatory decisions created by the commission not having advance notice or any notice of procurement processes. On June 7th, the commission issued an order with the initial draft. Then on June 18th, the following commenters filed initial comments: New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, Utility Division staff, Interwest Energy Alliance, Southwestern Public Service Company, El Paso Electric Company, and Public Service Company of New Mexico. Onward Energy Holdings LLC filed initial comments on July 15th, 2021. There was an initial first workshop on June 22nd, 2021. And on June 23rd, 2021, the commission filed a presentation that was drafted by Mr. Art O'Donnell that he made at the June 22nd workshop, entitled Major Changes to the IRP Rule Document. And that was filed in the docket. Next, there was a second workshop for August 2nd, 2021. Prior to that, on July 15th, 2021, EPE and SPS filed additional comments, and on July 16th, 2021, PNM filed additional comments. In response to those, after the August 2nd workshop, in response to the comments, the commission revised the rule, and most notably has added, since the second workshop, an independent monitor section where the commission appoints an independent monitor to review the utilities' proposed procurements, their RFP, and report to the commission its findings regarding fairness and competitive processes. Attached to this order is are the proposed revisions. It looks like a lot of changes, but a lot of the old rule is still in place in terms of all the things that are required in the IRP rule. And there's been a substantial rewriting, but a lot of the old rules requirements remain in place. And I stand for questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Maestas.
I have a combination of comments and potential changes. And so I don't know if we have, and I apologize for bringing them here and delivering them verbally. The RD of the merger kind of took a lot of my time this week, which I've begun to read, but
Mr.
Judy,
Chair, excuse me for a minute. I just wondered, I just had some follow-on comments to Judy and I couldn't unmute very easily. And it sounds like Mr. Maestas has quite a lot, but I just have a few brief comments. I'd like to make first just
Okay.
an intro.
Commissioner Hall's been the lead on this, so let's get her comments first, if we
sure,
may.
that's fine.
Then we'll go straight to Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank the team that have worked so hard, and that includes the chairman, who also was involved in this. We all worked really hard, but especially the team, the staff team, Judy and Arthur and our Robert Lundy and Colin Gillespie. So far, we've put in a lot of hours, and I just wanted to reiterate that what Judy said, which is that there's quite a bit, almost, a large part of the former rule that was preserved and captured in Appendix A to the rule. But what we were attempting to do here was to bring the rule up to date with the laws that have been passed that really impose major obligations to the utilities. And we wanted to provide guidelines for them to use to get into conformance with the requirements of those laws and stay there, and provide us with the transparency that we need to make sure they're making adequate, consistent progress in doing so. And I feel that we have made great strides toward that transparency, and I think the independent monitor provision helps with that. But I believe that what we've tried to do here is basically inject into the rule an aspect of dynamism that is driven by our need, the utilities needs in the future, to be managing a much more dynamic grid with electricity flowing no longer in one direction from a centralized source, but flowing in both directions from both a centralized source and from distributed sources. And all the ramifications that that bidirectional flow of power brings with it. And it's complex, and we were hoping with this rule to try to help the utilities meet requirements in their planning and provide enough transparency so that we can be a partner in helping them move forward. So I'll stop there, but and I'm very interested to hear what Commissioner Maestas has to say. And I would also remark that even commissioner comments and suggested changes can be made in the NOPR process as well. So I'll leave it there.
And real quickly, as a participant, what I was really focusing on trying to get from the rule is moving from the commission from being reactive and hearing about things at the last minute to hearing about things early so that we can be proactive. And with that, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I do want to acknowledge the team effort that was put forward to bring us to today. And obviously I couldn't participate. I did, but for purposes of the quorum, I didn't, but I did kind of monitor the activities as they were progressing. But I first want to say straight up, I support the purpose of this rule. It is a substantial repeal and replace. As a former transportation planner, it's customary to have a long-range plan and then a short-term element to the long-range plan, which this incorporates, and I think is is very good. And I want to also say for the record that philosophically, I support open source procurement. And I think past procurements, especially in the replacement power for San Juan Generating Station, which was before my time, but it was kind of a hodgepodge of various recommendations of pieces of a portfolio by interveners in addition to the applicant. And hopefully this rule, when it's finalized, will avoid a lot of that from happening, where if things go wrong, then the applicant will say, well, this part of this portfolio was imposed upon me by the commission. And so hopefully this final rule will ensure that the applicants filing the IRP will have a sense of ownership in terms of the specific outcome of the procurement. So with that being said, I do have some comments and questions, but in my opinion, I don't think they're that significant, and I don't want to waste a lot of your time because I don't have prepared changes. So Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you, I would like to at least discuss some of the discussion items that I have, and perhaps I can follow up with specific amendments that I think are definitely not significant. So is that okay, Mr. Chair? I don't know, maybe you want to query everybody else.
The earlier we get stuff on the table, the better job we'll do, so.
Okay, and this won't take very long, Mr. Chair. If you look under the scope, this applies basically to investor-owned utilities. And we've had recent meetings about whether this agency has sufficient information to know whether the rural electric co-ops can comply with the renewable portfolio standards. And there is no requirement that I'm aware of, Mr. Chair, that requires Tri-State, which supplies 95% of the wholesale energy to New Mexico rural electric co-ops that are official members of Tri-State. And so that's my first issue is how can we address that? How can we ensure that Tri-State files, I think it calls their long range plan an energy resource plan, an ERP. Colorado requires that it be filed. And I see that there is a multi-state, coordination effort here. And I want to put this on the record only perhaps that we might consider as a legislative agenda item to evaluate the Colorado law and see if we can require Tri-State to file their ERP to assure us that their member co-ops here in New Mexico will meet the renewable portfolio standards. They're well ahead of the timetable at this point. But I think that if we're really going to institutionalize long-range planning in the spirit of better procurement, then I think that we need to be assured that the long-range energy plan of Tri-State will ensure that the New Mexico co-ops comply with the renewable portfolio standards. So there's no real change. It's more of a commentary, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and it's a good comment because the way we've written it, it really doesn't apply to the co-ops at all. And Judy, right now we don't have any jurisdictional authority with the co-ops, as I understand it. I may be wrong, but maybe you can clarify for us and Judy on where we stand now in terms of our authority, just to follow up on what Commissioner Maestas presented there.
Commissioner Fishman, right now we have not required co-ops to file IRPs. And I think that would be an issue that I would want to research further to whether or not we would require all co-ops to file IRPs and whether or not that would include a distribution and generation co-op such as Tri-State. So I think it's a complicated issue that I'd like to do further research on.
Okay, just to get clarity about where we are now.
But
Go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
right now, we are not, no co-ops file IRPs.
Right.
And Tri-State is also, we have very limited jurisdiction over Tri-State because it's a distribution and generation co-op.
So legislation may be our only path there.
Yeah, it's a very complicated issue because FERC has established primary jurisdiction over Tri-State with certain carve-outs, and so it's not an easy answer that I want to give you right now.
Go ahead, Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to turn your attention to section 17.7.3.9 on page 8 of the proposed rule. It's the facilitated stakeholder process. Specifically, it's part B1. So I've got several issues with no specific comments here, but and let me read the passage. The utility shall provide commission, utility division staff, and stakeholders reasonable access to the same modeling software used by the utility on equal footing as the utility in accordance with commission precedent, and the utility shall share all modeling information. We had a very robust discussion, if you recall, Mr. Chair, regarding verification of PNM's IRP, and it seemed that we have very limited resources and potentially not enough expertise to validate some of these modeling runs. And I'm not aware that anything has changed. And it seems that this rule that could potentially be increasing the burden on our limited resources and limited expertise. And here's one of my issues is the proprietary nature of the models that are employed in developing these most cost-effective portfolios. I think if we had some public domain models that could be used for reference purposes, I think that could maybe alleviate the need for additional technical expertise by staff when validating these modeling runs. And so I just, it's an issue that everyone is aware of, but I feel badly about increasing the burden on our limited staff. And I think if we're going to do this, then we need to have a very specific targeted plan to identify the skills and the resources necessary to fully implement these additional requirements. And so it's a comment that I have, and I think that as an agency, we ought to inquire about any best practices by other states that use public domain models used in IRP development and model runs to see if we can try and level the playing field in terms of expertise and proficiency in modeling, because I think that's very, very important.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to
Sure, go ahead.
Maybe help Commissioner Maestas understand that's actually the objective of this provision. And when it refers to commission precedent, that's referring to precedent that's been in the San Juan replacement resources case and in PNM's recent IRP case, wherein other parties to the case were able to use the same modeling software that the utility used. In San Juan, it was pursuant to a stipulated agreement in a prior rate case. But in the IRP case, it was basically based on request of the parties who had experienced sharing the same software that PNM was using in the San Juan case. They'd experienced that case And they said in the IRP case, we need to do that method again, essentially, because otherwise, without being able to use the same modeling system that the utility is using, we can't even assess whether or not the IRP is meeting its requirements. So the whole objective, and what was the whole objective of having shared software from the utility to other interveners is to level the playing field. And the parties have been cooperating remarkably in both cases. And so that's the precedent that was set. But this would simply capture that practice in a rule and establish it so that it's clear to everyone going forward. And I don't remember the details, but I know there was common usage of, when I say common, the commonality of usage of the software that was used by the utility. And I think in the IRP case, the second instance where this occurred, the utility was able to work out an agreement with the software provider to lease for a short period of time, 30 days or something. And the utility worked that agreement out on behalf of the other parties so they could have an affordable way of leasing the same software for a short period of time that the utility was using. So it's actually been a very cooperative process that's developed. And this is an attempt to capture it in a rule. So that's the background for that provision. And it's been a real breath of fresh air. And I would say also in connection with your thought that there were piecemeal parts of portfolios offered in the San Juan case, actually they were full portfolios offered by the interveners. So the alternatives that were looked at were all full portfolios to address the full energy requirements in that case, because they were able to use the software that the utility just allowed the other parties to use in that case. So that's an explanation if that helps at all.
Let's go back to Commissioner Maestas and
yeah. Thank you for that. But what I was implying on the San Juan generating station replacement power portfolio is the final portfolio used parts of the full portfolios that interveners had recommended. Okay, so under statement of need on page 8.
Commissioner Maestas, I just want to be sure that you and Commissioner Hall are on the same page. So I think she was saying that provision was mostly directed towards providing modeling to interveners and stakeholders. It wasn't meant to impose a requirement on staff. Is that a correct statement, Cynthia?
Correct. Yes. I didn't hear any mention from staff that they were feeling burdened because everybody was sharing the same software. So there was that, I don't know. There was no mention of staff needing to verify the modeling runs because they were all using the same modeling tool. It just wasn't an issue.
So anyway, any language that clarifies or helps staff there, I think we'll all be open to.
Yeah.
As we get into the NOPR process.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair enough. Under statement of need, that's section 17.7.3.10, part B. It kind of defines the statement of need and it requires, quote, providing reliability reserves. We're stressing about reserves in 2022, particularly with PNM. And I guess my question is, why are not minimum reserves standardized? I think we've heard, at least from PNM as an example, that they typically strive to have 12 or 13% reserves, but ideally it should be 18 to 20%. I've read nationally that 18 to 20% is an ideal level of reserve. So why is it completely wide open in the IOU determining their reserves? I mean, why couldn't we even have a recommended minimum of reserves, particularly for summer peak? And this is just a question because I really don't know. But I'm wondering why, if we're going to repeal and replace this and we have concerns, ongoing concerns about adequate reserves for summer peak, why wouldn't we maybe go further and maybe suggest, recommend a minimum reserves?
Cynthia, do you want me to take that one? Because this has become an issue in recent procurements that I've looked at. And it's this, as we go to renewables, the idea of peak is evolving because the amount of resources available at any given time of day change. So, you know, at night you might have a lot more, if I'm SPS, I might have a lot more generation capability because all my wind is coming on board in addition to all my fossil fuel resources. So what's happened is they're coming up with a new way to measure reserves that sort of responds to the shifting availability, capacity availability during the day. And there's been a lot of debate in those dockets about how that gets calculated and everyone trying to get their arms around it. And my take is that it might be wise to say we have a goal of setting a standard, but I think it would be a mistake to set a standard now because I think everybody is struggling as we go through this transition to understand what methodology we should use to establish reserves.
Yeah,
so
Mr.
I'll just
Chair.
leave it at that.
Yeah, I can add on to that. I mean, it's of course, resource adequacy is a very important issue these days. Frankly, I hadn't heard 18 to 20. In the past, I've heard 50%. That was the standard. But that's based on a practice where, again, the generation was sourced all from central sources, and there wasn't so much uncertainty in load variation and in generation variation. So it's a much more dynamic scenario than existed when those standards were created and followed for many years. So I think the value of getting comments from other parties is that they can address that concept, and we can, I think that's a concept that should absolutely be brought up in your comments to the NOPR, and other parties can respond to that because it's a conversation that's been going on for the past couple of years nationwide. How do we best address reserve needs under what has become a completely dynamic, or what, depending on your state, it's already a completely dynamic situation between distributed and centralized generation sources, or not, or some lesser version of that, some version where you have both. Where you have more just centralized sourcing. But in any case, it's definitely an issue to talk about, but it's not as easily susceptible of just being addressed by a numerical standard the way it used to be, because of the required dynamics in the system now. So it needs to be addressed, but it may not be in terms of a set standard, a percentage standard like we have now and used to have. But I encourage you to make that point in your comments to the NOPR.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, I have other comments, but these are specific changes and I'll just submit them after this meeting. Nothing major. But thanks again to the team. This is a great effort.
Well, as with your efforts on the community solar, we're still anticipating some significant new realizations and appropriate modifications as we go through that NOPR process. And again, we may end up having a couple of workshops to be sure that we've captured it all. So yeah, your thoughts are welcome, and I think you raise a couple of interesting policy issues as we go forward. Any other commissioner thoughts, comments on this particular rulemaking? Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I just like clarification. Commissioner Mayesta stated I will submit my comments after this meeting. So at the beginning of his comments, he indicated that I have an alternative plan. So I would like to take proper action. Are we going to accept his alternative plan? I believe this should take a vote on it. Thank you.
I'm going to just throw that back to you, Commissioner Mayestas. How do you want to proceed?
No, I have no alternative draft rule. I just simply wanted to bring up these discussion items because they are just that, discussion items. And the changes that I have, I would say, are not material and they're minor. You know, I'm okay. I can indicate them, but I think for the purposes of the use of our time, I can just follow up with Judy and Cynthia and provide those minor modifications.
And you know, and as we make those modifications, and we have the follow-up NOPR meetings, all the folks that have been participating in that rulemaking will want a chance to comment on those changes. That's the process we've been going through. Everybody gets a look and everybody gets to point out the pros and cons. So even comments from commissioners go through that process. They get vetted. So yeah, what I'm hearing, Commissioner Mayestas, is you're comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you satisfied?
Okay, so going back to the comments regarding tri-state, I understand that we don't have the authority, we don't have jurisdiction. Is that clear from our general counsel?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and members of the commission, what I previously stated was I would like to further research that. I'm interested in seeing what Colorado has required tri-state to file and whether or not we would have authority to do something similar. And I can get back to you on that.
Thank you, Judy. I believe that tri-state has litigated this issue significantly, and they have appealed to the New Mexico Supreme Court, and the New Mexico Supreme Court sided with tri-state. So I believe that that's one way to explain to all the commission that as much as we would like to make comments in reference to tri-state, they're regulated by a utility at the federal level. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that was clear enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Yeah, and they have gotten, pretty much they're regulated by FERC these days, it seems. Any other commissioner thoughts, comments? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the order.
And I will second. And Mike, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to 21-176 in the matter of a proceeding to consider new affordability benchmark rates for the state universal rural universal service fund pursuant to 171110.9 NMAC. And Russell, please take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the matter that the Commission opened this year to determine whether the level of the residential affordability benchmark rate was the proper level. As you will recall, that benchmark has been frozen at $18 since 2017, which is about the time that the FCC froze its own version of the affordability benchmark rate, which was known as the urban rate floor. And in the meantime, essentially the rule that was in place for the SRUSF back then just used the FCC's urban rate floor as the residential affordability benchmark rate. Well, it was frozen in 2017, and I think then for a couple of years it was frozen by the FCC. So they were using $18, we were using $18. Then the FCC actually eliminated that rate floor altogether and essentially got rid of its own benchmark revenue calculation for its federal high-cost funds, which similarly fund incumbent rural carriers and also projects, et cetera. So the FCC had been without rate floor at all, and the Commission had decided to, I think in 2018, to keep it frozen at $18 until the Commission had a chance to review the matter. In the SRUSF rulemaking that was effective with amendments to the SRUSF rule this year, the $18 residential affordability benchmark rate is actually stated in the rule, but there is the possibility given in the rule for the Commission to review that rate and change it at any time. And the Commission, pursuant to that new rule provision, opened this inquiry into the level of the benchmark rate. The Commission collected information. The Commission issued an initial order which requested by August 16th that any recommendations as to the appropriate level of the benchmark be submitted by that date. And what was received were recommendations from the New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group, NMECG, which represents most of the rural ILECs who receive the Access Reduction Support Payments, or ARS payments, which would be affected by any change in the benchmark rate, as well as Mescalero Apache Telecom Inc., or MATI, as it's often known, and a recommendation from staff. The two recommendations from NMECG and from MATI is also a rural ILEC that receives ARS payments, were to keep the $18 residential affordability benchmark rate where it is, at $18, obviously. Staff's recommendation was to raise the affordability benchmark rate from $18 to $20 beginning next year in 2022. And I just want to clarify, I think probably was clear to everyone from the proposed order that it begins in 2022, but I made a little error in my memo. I said beginning in 2020. Obviously, that would make no sense. My proposed order would adopt staff's recommendation to raise the affordability benchmark rate to $20 in 2022. And that would be, the proposed order would have it continue thereafter indefinitely until the commission decides to, until further order of the commission, until the commission decides to review the $20. This would be the initial step in gradually raising the benchmark rate to a level that reflects this state's average rate for residential basic local service in urban areas. Now, there's a
Mr.
whole
Chair,
lot.
excuse me for interrupting.
Go ahead.
On that point right there, I want to ask Russell to give us the reasoning why we would want to do that. Why would we want to raise the rates in rural areas to match the average urban rate? Just so we have that background.
Yes, absolutely. That's a very good question. The purpose of the affordability benchmark rate is not stated in the Rural Telecom Act. There's a section of the Rural Telecom Act that sets up the State Rural Universal Service Fund, the SRUSF, and makes and gives particular instructions or directions to the commission. It mentions affordability benchmark rates. That's this, I'll call it the RTA, the Rural Telecom Act. It gives a direction to the commission to establish affordability benchmark rates. That's been in there since the SRUSF began, and I think about 2006. That has always been understood by the commission, by staff, by all of the rural ILECs to be modeled upon the FCC's urban rate floor for its own funds that fund rural high-cost projects. High-cost projects are generally rural projects. They're more expensive because there's more distance to be covered and fewer people for a telecom project in rural areas. So ours was modeled on that. That's why we use the urban rate floor to be, when it still existed at the FCC, to flow through as the affordability benchmark rate for the commission's fund. It limits, by being part of the calculation of affordability of imputed benchmark revenue, it limits the amount of money that the rural ILECs receive in their support payments, their ARS payments, because the idea is this fund, or this part of this fund, is for the purpose of supporting rural service to the extent that it costs more to serve rural areas than it does to serve urban areas. But the idea is not to make rates affordable for rural customers. That's addressed by a separate fund. It's addressed by the Lifeline Fund at the federal level and the commission's own LITAP discount in addition over and above the Lifeline discount within the SRUSF. So the idea of the affordability benchmark rate is to make sure that the subsidizing of the rural ILECs that's being done through those ARS payments doesn't subsidize rural rates that are lower than urban rates, because the point of the payment is to keep rural service going at a rate that's comparable to urban rates, not lower.
Okay, Mr. Chair, yeah, that's some more information, but I'm sorry, I have another follow-on question, maybe two.
No, keep going.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, you mentioned that, Russell, you mentioned that the access reduction payments are intended to subsidize the rural ILECs insofar as they provide the last mile service, correct?
Yes.
But also you said we need to look to Lifeline and LITAP to make rural rates affordable, right?
No, not to make rural rates affordable, but to make service affordable to both urban and rural customers based on their individual situations, based on their qualifications as low-income customers.
Okay, but
the reason I brought that up is because I thought maybe what we're getting to here is that the difference I tried to make clear both in the order and in the memo of what the purposes are for the rural ARS payments and the Lifeline and LITAP programs, why they're kind of split up as to their purposes, and why this affordability benchmark rate, though it uses the word affordability, isn't for the purpose of making sure that rural rates are affordable. It's for making sure that this imputed benchmark revenue correctly reduces the payments to ARS recipients so that they don't subsidize lower rates, because it's not the purpose is to subsidize the lowest rates or the most affordable rates in this fund. It's to sort of equalize rural and urban costs of service.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. It's supposed to equalize rural and urban costs. Is there a driver for, what's the legal driver for that equalization?
Well,
so they're non-discrimination in rates or something? I mean, is that part of it? That's what I'm wondering.
That's a good question. Like I said, the RTA, which is the law that controls, the statute that controls the SRUSF and instructs the commission, simply said the commission shall establish affordability benchmark rates, and didn't give a lot of detail. Like I said, we modeled it then on what the FCC did, because it seemed that the legislature had modeled their statute upon what the FCC had in its high cost funds. That's what they were called under the larger umbrella of the Connect America Fund. They still have high cost funds, but high cost funds basically were for the purpose of serving rural high cost areas. That is, helping carriers who operate in those areas continue to operate in those areas because there's a higher cost areas to serve. Because there's less of a customer base over which to spread the costs, and also there were greater distances to be covered, et cetera. So the idea of this portion of the fund, the rural, the payments to the rural ILECs, is to help them continue to function and serve in a high cost area, but not to go to the issue of whether the rates are affordable, because that's a separate issue that goes in the Lifeline area. And that's what the urban rate floor, that's the purpose it served in the FCC's fund. And so it flowed right through. It was cited as the source of the affordability benchmark rate for the commission's fund until the FCC decided to get rid of their imputed benchmark revenue entirely in, I think, 2019 or 2020.
Okay, that raises another question, but I'll put that one off. But let me just ask one other question about the access reduction support.
Yes.
Is there any mechanism in place that examines whether or not the amount of access reduction support payments that ILECs receive have any relationship with their need for continuing to provide the service that they provide? Is there some metric? Is there some monitoring of those payments versus the actual service provided in the service they provide?
Commissioner Hall, that's an excellent question. That is an issue that gets raised over and over when it comes to the ARS payments. The ARS payments, the calculation that's given in the statute itself in the RTA, as you recall, is based upon a calculation that mostly takes into account what was required of the rural ILECs by the legislature when it passed the RTA back in 2005, I believe, which is that law required the rural ILECs to reduce their access charges to the level of interstate access charges. So it required them to lower their intrastate access charges. Those are the ones over which, of course, the state did have jurisdiction, to the level that the FCC had some time before required those same rural ILECs to reduce their interstate access charges to. So it reduced the legislature required rural ILECs to greatly reduce the revenue that they received to bring these levels down to interstate levels, because these access charges were a major part of the revenue that these rural ILECs charged. The reason for that are that they received. The reason that it was such a big part of what they received is that, as you said, these rural ILECs are the incumbents who have the wire line in the ground, the last mile that goes to the home, the residents, the consumer, the customer. And pursuant to the changes that were made at the federal level in 1996 to make the telephone market across the country more competitive, our legislature found those need to be lowered because those were the charges that rural ILECs charged to other telecom carriers to complete their calls. In other words, a long distance company back then, like MCI, if you remember MCI, would need access, would want to connect people between, say, two different states. And then to get to the person in New Mexico who was to be the recipient of the call, they needed access to that last mile that the incumbent had, the rural ILEC had, to get to that house. Those were the interstate access charges. Well, the federal government made the FCC required that those access charges be lowered. So the rural ILECs took a hit there, bringing down their access charges to complete an interstate call. And then the legislature, our legislature, required those same ILECs to bring down their access charges, their intrastate ones, to complete, say, a long distance call within the state, or even any short distance, any non-long distance call that was provided by, say, a competitive local exchange carrier, like a competitor that was out there but didn't have access to the line that went the last mile. The rural ILECs made quite a bit of their revenue off of those access charges too, the intrastate ones. But the legislature said, well, you have to lower those as well. But the legislature said, we're going to establish a fund, the SRUSF. And the first purpose of the fund was to reimburse those companies, the rural ILECs, for the revenue that they had lost due to their reductions in access charges back in 2000, starting in 2005 or 2006. And so that was the basis of the calculation, and it remained the basis of a calculation. It was a fixed number. Each of the companies, the rural ILECs, received a fixed payment amount up until 2017, when the RTA, the Rural Telecom Act, was amended to start to bring the number down for each of the companies by recognizing the fact that they were losing customers. They were losing wireline customers, or access lines is the measure that was instituted in the 2017 amendments that said, essentially, we'll start with that number that you are already receiving as of 2017, and that will be reduced each year by the percentage reduction in access lines served. So that will reflect the fact that you have fewer, you're actually serving fewer wireline customers for telecom service. So to get back to your question, there's a long way to get to it, Commissioner Hall. No, that number doesn't say anything about what does the rural ILEC actually need to provide the service. How much money do they need today in today's circumstances, which are very different, to serve their customers? It doesn't say anything about need. And we do, there are requirements within the RTA about what the companies are supposed to use the money for. It's supposed to be used to support rural service. And it's supposed to be used at least 60% as of the 2017 amendments to the RTA. At least 60% is supposed to be used to support broadband. That's 60% of the money, the ARS payments are to be used by the rural ILECs to support broadband. That's separate, totally separate from the broadband program. Just want to make that clear. So those are requirements. Staff does receive and review, according to the SRUSF rule, reports from the rural ILECs each year stating, that they've used the money according to the RTA, 60% to support broadband, and then all the money is being used to support rural service. There's been no auditing of those forms at this point. Staff reviews them, and that's simply the end of it. As you will recall, in the recent report that was sent to the legislature by the commission, one of the recommendations is to be able to use a portion of the SRUSF proceeds to hire an auditing firm to audit the use of the funds.
The use of which funds? The
ARS
access
payment?
reduction
Yes.
support funds?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. I think that would be very important to look into. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to take us on what may be a tangent, but it's an issue that I think is important because it seems to be a continuing feature that has the potential to work several harms, such as is to reduce the amount of funds from the State Rural Universal Service Fund that we can devote to our distribution to companies who can actually put lines in operation in rural areas. But also it may be imposing a higher cost ultimately, insofar as they may just be economic rents in the economic definition, where it's money being paid for not enough value. And to the extent they're going to be audited, that's great. I was about to propose or float the question whether or not it would make sense to open a notice of inquiry to look into them, but I'm not sure our jurisdiction extends to that point. So I was going to ask Russell that question. In light of the fact that you just mentioned an audit, Russell, do you think it would add value for us to, if we have the jurisdiction, to investigate whether the ARS payments bear any relationship to the work performed by the ILECs that hold the right to impose them?
Well, Commissioner Hall, I would say yes. I think the commission probably has the implicit jurisdiction to perform such an audit, but the question would be whether the commission could use SRUSF funds to do that, because the section 639H6, which established which required the commission to establish and implement and maintain the SRUSF, is pretty specific about what the spending can be used for, and it doesn't say anything particular about audits. And so when I think that it'd be possible probably to use the commission's own budget, which is obviously very, very strained already, to do audits. I think because we're under the SRUSF, we have the power to monitor under the Rural Telecom Act, the power to monitor and make sure that the funds are used for proper purposes. And all we do at this point is receive the forms, which is one good step from the rural ILECs stating that they are using according to the RTA. But I think we'd have the power to do the audits, but the question is the money to do the audits, and that's why the report to the legislature, one of those recommendations was specifically to have authorization to use some of the money from the SRUSF, to have a statutory change that said explicitly that the commission could do that. Because with the commission's budget, I don't know that we'd have any extra money floating around to do that.
Okay, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Well, no problem. Those are very good questions to give people. They're very relevant issues, and obviously it helps get people to remind everyone what the background is of how these payments were calculated to begin with, because the benchmark revenue is something that is part of that calculation that then reduces that amount. So it's very relevant. So let me see. I talked about the recommendations that were received for the August 16th deadline. From NMECG and MATI, recommending freezing it at 18, continuing the rate that's in our rule, which is $18, which is the rate which has been frozen since 2017. Whereas, as I said, the staff recommended beginning a process of raising that amount to $20, and my proposed order would adopt that. Let me get into a little bit of what staff had said about the facts and circumstances relevant to their recommendation. So now I'm on the memo. I sort of skipped ahead to page 3. I'll just quickly go through this. Staff in their discussion of their recommendation notes that the FCC's residential urban rate average, now that's a number that comes out of a survey that the FCC does nationwide to try to determine what the average residential basic local service rate, along with some other rates, is for the country as a whole. That used to be used for the urban rate floor. I'm not 100% sure if that was used directly, if the urban rate average for a particular year was simply then adopted as the urban rate floor, or if there were any adjustments made between those two things. But it's a very good indicator of this survey result. The urban rate average is a very good indicator of what the urban rate floor would be. In other words, if the FCC were still publishing an urban rate floor and still using one, and if our rule still referred directly to that urban rate floor, then it would probably be about this urban rate average would be the number. So this basically tells us what the urban rate floor would be if the FCC continued to do things the same way and hadn't gotten rid of their sort of benchmark revenue calculation altogether. That has been climbing. And when the FCC froze the number in 2017, their number at $18, and we froze ours as well. Well, I'm not sure where we set them, but in 2019, the urban rate average was $26.98, a lot higher than $18. It rose to $34.81 in 2020. The current average is $33.73, which indicates to staff, and I accept this as a basis for my proposal, that's very, very far above $18, as you can see. And staff doesn't recommend, obviously, increasing it all the way to $33.73 because staff recommends a cautious, incremental approach to any increase to avoid rate shock. The affordability benchmark rate is not something that directly affects rates. It directly affects the calculation of the access reduction support payments to the rural ILECs. But the question is, if the commission raised the rate to $20, how would the rural ILECs react with their own rates? And specifically, this goes just to the question of the residential basic local service rate. In other words, it's a rate for voice service for residential customers. Well, the commission in its initial order asked the rural ILECs to provide that information. The commission asked the rural ILECs to provide for any recommendation in the record of this matter to indicate any recommendation to raise the benchmark rate. How would they react? How would they raise their rates, their residential basic local service rate from its current level to $20, or what would they do essentially? And so after the August 16th deadline for recommendations, the rural ILECs had to provide affidavits indicating how they would react to the recommendations. There was only one recommendation that they had to respond to, and that was staff's recommendation to raise the rate to $20 starting next year. And so going back to page 1, there are 14 rural ILECs that receive ARS payments. And I give a little breakdown. 10 of the 14 said they will raise their residential basic local service rates to $20. One will not raise its rates at all. That's Navajo Communications Company, AKA Frontier. One of them provided what I would call a non-committal response. That's Century Tel of the Southwest. They said there'd be pressure to raise their rates, but there are other factors that might militate against it. And then that's 12 of them right there. Then 2 of the rural ILECs did not respond to the commission's order at all. Dell Telephone Cooperative and La Jicarita. Dell Telephone is within NMECG. They're a member of NMECG, and NMECG reported that Dell didn't respond. And La Jicarita is not within NMECG. They just apparently chose not to respond. So what that indicates is that since 10 of them will raise their rates, and one of them may, and 2 of them who didn't respond, they might raise their rates too, we just don't know. There won't be a big impact in terms of reducing the ARS payments, since most of these companies are going to go ahead and raise their rates to customers in lockstep. So what that means is that it won't have a big impact to reduce ARS payments, but I still recommend that this be done because, for one thing, as I said in this memo, even though it was, I think, a motivating factor for the commission to open this docket and to make this consideration, to look into this issue, it was a motivating factor that it might result, there was a distinct possibility, that's the language I use in the order, a distinct possibility that a reduction in the benchmark rate might yield some savings in the ARS payments that could be used to fund the underfunded or the overburdened broadband program this year. And I made it very clear in my proposed order that that's a proper consideration for the commission in deciding whether to open a docket like this and look into it this year. The reason is, as I said in the proposed order, this is not an urgent matter. Otherwise, it's not. There's no statutory deadline for the commission to consider the benchmark rate. I think in general, it's due. It's a good time to, since it's been frozen for so long, the commission should look at it soon, and now is as good a time as ever, but it wasn't an urgent matter. And so the commission's decision to go ahead and open this docket and look into it this year was motivated and properly motivated by the distinct possibility, as I said, that it might yield some money for the broadband program. Because obviously the benchmark rate was going to be raised. No one suggests it should be brought down. But it would not be proper for the commission to consider that now within the case, as part of the consideration of what is the proper affordability benchmark rate, because that should be based entirely upon the commission's understanding of what a proper affordability benchmark rate is. In other words, no part of any increase in that rate should be no part of that should in no way should the consideration of the fact that might yield some more money for the broadband program. That's not a proper consideration in deciding the level of the rate. And my proposed order, though it would adopt the staff's recommendation to raise it to $20, says explicitly that's not a consideration here, because it was brought up in the comments by NMECG and by MATI that this seemed to be motivated by the commission, seemed to be motivated by desire to reduce the ARS payments just to have more money for the broadband program. And what this order would say is that the possibility that a proper increase in the benchmark rate might yield some money to the broadband program did motivate the commission to consider it now instead of waiting till later, to prioritize this otherwise not urgent matter now, and that's okay. But it's not okay to then use that as a factor in deciding what the proper level should be, because I think I made that clear anyway, because it should only be based on this notion of, well, what's the role of the affordability benchmark rate? And as I said, the correct understanding, in my opinion, as has always been the understanding of the commission and our staff, et cetera, and I think all the rural ILECs really even before I took over, advising on the SRUSF in 2015 or 2016, is that it's essentially operates on the same kind of reasoning as what the FCC's similar rate did back when the FCC still had it, the urban rate floor, was to make sure that this fund is not subsidizing rural rates below the level of urban rates. So I'm just going to very quickly address a couple of other issues that were brought up by NMECG and MATI in opposition to any increase. MATI brought up the fact that the FCC has gotten rid of the concept altogether. They don't do it, so why should we continue to reduce these payments based on a sort of this affordability benchmark rate when the FCC stopped? And my response to that in the proposed order is that, well, the FCC decided it for itself. The commission does not derive its authority from the FCC. It derives its authority and receives its direction from the legislature. And there's been no amendment to the Rural Telecom Act indicating that the legislature has decided to follow the FCC's example and get rid of this whole concept altogether. The mandate from the legislature to continue to implement and maintain affordability benchmark rates is still in the statute. That hasn't changed. So this is not an area in which the commission can decide to make a 90-degree turn on its own. I note in the proposed order, the commission often does follow the lead of the FCC in addressing particular issues that come up that aren't specifically addressed by the RTA or by our rule, that are new issues, but only where the commission determines that it has sufficiently broad authority under the Rural Telecom Act to do so. And there are lots of areas where that's true. But this would really be, if the commission didn't observe the fact that these affordability benchmark rates are supposed to serve that purpose, even though the FCCs don't anymore, that would be to disregard, I think, the mandate of the RTA. The legislature would have to make a choice to get rid of the affordability benchmark rate altogether for it to become, to follow the FCC's lead. We can't do that independently. The commission can't. And there were lots of comments, especially NMECG and MATI, about the fact that raising their rates to $20, or if there had been a higher recommendation to whatever rate that might be, would make rural service less affordable, because they say they will raise their rates, and that's why the proposed order does say the benchmark rates function is to prevent the subsidization of rural rates at a level below those of urban rates. It's not the purpose of the affordability benchmark rate to guarantee the affordability of rural service. Some commenters, especially NMECG and MATI, correctly point out that affordable universal service is a stated purpose of the Rural Telecom Act. It's stated in the purposes section, as there often is at the beginning of a statute, set of general purposes, what the legislature hopes the statute will accomplish. And one of those is affordable universal service. But in a statute, the more specific provisions, when you're construing a statute, a more specific provision tells you what to do to the extent there's a conflict with the general purpose. This affordability benchmark rate has a specific purpose, and that's as what the RTA states is, the commission is to use the benchmark rate in determining the level of support from the fund. In other words, as part of the calculation. And it has always been understood, like I said, since this law was passed, that this benchmark rate was to serve the same purpose as it did within the FCC's fund, to limit what is subsidized by that support. And that is to make sure that it doesn't subsidize rural rates lower than urban rates. Then the proposed order goes on to make those points that I made when discussing this issue in response to Commissioner Hall's questions about that. Those are the purposes of the Lifeline and LITAP programs. Those are better targeted to that issue because affordability isn't a rural issue. It's a rural and urban and suburban issue. And it doesn't go to the question of an area, it goes to the question of whether the individual can afford service. And the Lifeline and LITAP programs, they accomplish that by requiring qualification at an individual level as to whether someone is able to afford service. So I think that really does address that affordability issue. Let's see, is there anything else? But I think I covered everything I wanted to cover there. With that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall. And I heard another voice. Is that you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Yes, thank you. I'll wait.
Okay, so Commissioner Hall first. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Russell. Russell, I understand what you say, and I forget who else said it, that the affordability aspect is better dealt with by LITAP and Lifeline, and because they address helping the individual, and there are individuals in both urban and rural areas. But, you know, I recall from a number of years ago when we were doing that broadband presentation in the Four Corners area. There definitely was a lot of discussion about the difficulty, especially among the Navajos, but I think you could probably extrapolate it to other rural dwellers, the difficulty in helping them to actually access those benefits. So while I appreciate the principle that, especially coming from an urban area, I appreciate the principle that underlying those resources to try to reach and assist parties needing help with their broadband bills in both rural and urban areas. I have to say, I think access is probably more difficult in rural areas, partly just because of the nature of the area and the difficulty. And a lot of the people who can't afford to live in an urban area have in even accessing those benefits. But that being said, my question is, does it make sense for us to examine whether or not there would be any benefit to the consumer? I mean, I guess we got answers. We've got comments from people saying that it would just cause people in rural areas to have higher rates. So to me, that sort of sums it up. I mean, I'd like to know whether or not there's anything our agency can actually do, short of asking the legislature to re-examine their continued aligning our benchmark with an FCC benchmark that doesn't exist anymore. If they've tossed it out, maybe we should. I guess my hurdle is, I really think it's more difficult in rural areas to access any kind of aid. And I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. And I would like to see us be able to address the need in the rural areas. And I think that we're somewhat hampered by the legislation as it stands now, the way they've structured the benchmark being tied to the FCC benchmark, which I guess they threw out. So, I just think that's something that needs to be looked at again by the legislature, actually. But do you have any comments you can make on that, Russell? I know you're not supposed to advise us on policy, and I don't really want to ask you that. I would like to know if you see any technical or legal problems with us trying to pursue a policy approach, such as pursuing, asking someone in the legislature to re-examine this aspect of the law.
Well, Commissioner Hall, those are all very good points. And one thing I'm going to start off by saying, in my memo, I only make one recommendation, but I do say the commission has some leeway to take other approaches. If the commission wishes to go with the NMECG and MADI recommendations instead, I would say that's less in line with what the purpose of the affordability benchmark rate is than what staff has recommended. But the commission could simply say, this year, given economic circumstances and given the fact that the commission, believes that there are special affordability concerns with rural rates, and that the RTA specifically mentions that as a purpose, that we're going to continue to freeze it at 18. We're not going to do it this year. Maybe we'll re-examine in the future. That's an acceptable approach. Like I said, I think it's less in line with what the purpose of the benchmark rate is, but it's acceptable. It's something that would stand, I believe. As for the legislation, making a recommendation to the legislature, that's definitely something the commission could do. Like I said, there isn't much guidance in the Rural Telecom Act as to what the affordability benchmark rate is and what function it was supposed to serve. It actually doesn't, the legislation, the RTA does not make that connection between the affordability benchmark rate and the FCC's urban rate floor. But it was understood that this fund was modeled upon the FCC's fund, and the FCC had that limitation. And by mentioning this benchmark rate in the RTA, I think benchmark, I don't know, benchmark rate was really what was used as a reference in the FCC. It's always been understood that it should serve the same function. It's not because the law explicitly says that. It's because the law was modeled on the FCC's fund. And so it was always understood. I don't think it's ever been controversial, that understanding of it. So I consider that to be the law. That's the best interpretation of the statute. It's been an uncontroversial interpretation of that part of the RTA, but the RTA doesn't explicitly make that connection. So I think, the commission could even say, if the commission would rather stay at $18, that could be one thing that the commission says in this order is that, given current economic circumstances, that's something that's mentioned, the current economic circumstances because of the pandemic, the economic fallout of the pandemic. That's something that's mentioned, I think, in NMECG's and Mescalero Apache's recommendations. By the way, there were also comments filed by CenturyTel of Southwest and CenturyLink and CTIA, the Wireless Association, that I do discuss in my memo, but they didn't actually make recommendations. That's a side note. It was mentioned by commenters, including staff, that in this current economic climate, we don't want to see rates rise, or as staff said, we don't want to see rates rise much. They did recommend an increase of $2 in the benchmark, but they said the commission should take a gradualist approach due to the fact that there are especially bad economic conditions at this time. The commission could cite those same economic conditions to say, we don't want to increase it at all right now. We'll leave it at $18.
Commissioner Hall, did you get your question answered there?
I did, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you've been waiting here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russell, can I ask you a question whether the quality of service or speed of broadband speeds that's being worked on in rural areas, does that play a factor in this rate increase?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, it does not. Like I said, the ARS payments are calculated based on the calculation that involves the decrease in their access charges that they were required to do back in 2005. It takes that number, it reduces that by access line losses, how many customers, wireline customers they've lost. That's part of the calculation. And then this part of the calculation, this third part, is the benchmark revenue calculation, which takes into account this affordability benchmark rate. None of those actually involve a determination as to the quality of the service that's being provided. Just those numbers, the access charge reductions way back when, the access line losses or wireline customers lost, and then this would take into account the comparable, whether their rates are comparable to urban rates. So no, the quality of service is not addressed in any of those calculations.
Could it be included as we start formulating ideas and setting the rates?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, no, not by the commission alone, because these calculations are given in the RTA itself, then the legislation and the statute itself, and affordability benchmark rates. There isn't a specific instruction as to how to calculate those in the statute, but like I said, the way it's always been interpreted and the way I believe it should continue to be interpreted until the legislature makes any change, if they do, would be that it's to make the rural rate comparable to urban rates, and it's not a company by company specific sort of thing in the sense that setting the benchmark it would be one number that applies to all of the rural ILECs. and would say, hey, this benchmark tells you what a comparable urban rate is in this state. And if you go below that, we're going to decrease your payments because we don't want to subsidize rates through this fund that are below urban rates. We just want to make them comparable. None of those things could take into account quality of service. So the legislature would have to make a change to do that. But let's say, yes. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. My next question is, where does the consumers stand? The ratepayers, and where do they have a spot in these type of proceedings?
Well, that's a good question, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. As you probably have noticed in many telecom cases, we mostly hear from telecom, the carriers themselves. And, this initial order, the initial order that asked for comments and recommendations did ask it did allow for the August 16th deadline that any interested person could make a comment as to what the rate should be, the benchmark rate. But generally, what we serve these orders on is our telecom list, and our telecom list, service list, is a very, very long list that includes every telecom carrier that has any operations in the state and all the attorneys who've served those. But I'm not aware of any particular consumer groups that I'm not aware of any that are on the list or that have ever intervened. As long as I've been doing these SRUSF cases, I don't know that we have any on our list. We might, but I never had. They would have been welcome to comment. Someone who, an individual customer or some kind of association that represents those customers. But I've never actually had one intervene, and so I don't know I don't know, they would have been welcome. It was called for by anyone, really any member of the public to do so. But again, we just served it upon our telecom list. And I've never had an intervention, I think, by any association that represented customers. Now, I will say NMECG and MATI, in their recommendation to leave the rate as it is, they advocated on behalf of their customers, don't raise these rates, don't raise our benchmark rate, because we'll raise our rates accordingly on our rural customers, and that will that will be a burden upon them. But we didn't have any direct comments from any customers or customer groups.
Russell, do you believe that as decision makers, as we get to the final agenda items, as you have added to the agenda today regarding the benchmark rates, do you believe that the elected commissioners have invaluable knowledge about how people live, how they pay their bills, where the shortcomings are? Do you believe that?
Well, that's a difficult question for me, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I mean, if you're asking me to evaluate the qualifications of the particular commissioners, I can't really do that. I don't think it's my role to do that. But I will say, I think one of the reasons that we have the elected commissioners is that at this point, and obviously we're going to have appointed commissioners soon, is the idea that they are responsive to their constituents and aware of their constituents' particular problems. But that's all I can really say. That kind of goes beyond my role as counsel to the commission.
My question targets our decision today. Speaking on behalf of our constituents, would you consider that being part of our decision today? That's my question.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I think every decision that the commission makes, each commissioner's own decision, is made as an official representing their constituents, as well as representing the state as a whole.
So as we conclude towards making a decision today, you will not strike down where the commissioners are coming from when they speak, whether to increase it or not.
Oh, Commissioner Santiago, absolutely not. And I never have, and I never would. I don't think I ever have made any criticisms of the commissioner's comments as to whether they were, I've never done that. It's not my role, as to whether a comment was proper or consideration was the only thing I have said about an improper consideration is something that would be legally improper, like the consideration of how much money would be yielded from a reduction in the ARS payments for the broadband program. That's a consideration I would advise the commission not to make when deciding and setting this rate, because it's not directly relevant to the proper issues to be considered for the benchmark rate. But no, the commissioners must, speak freely.
Russell, earlier in your presentation, you stated, I think it is the right time to increase the rate since it has been frozen for a very long time. I just want to make sure that you stated that earlier in your presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Santiago, I continue to maintain that. I think this is the time to go ahead and begin the increase, but it would be perfectly within the legal, the leeway, as I said, that the commission has to say you don't want it. I mean, when I say it's the time, I don't mean, this is not an issue where there's a particular deadline. Like I said, this wasn't a particularly urgent matter, but that to me, look, if you take the time to look at the benchmark rate issue, then and then apply the proper role of the benchmark rate, then this is why not start it now? Well, the reason would be, if the current conditions, et cetera, if commissioners, if any commissioners are more swayed by that, by the current conditions and the effect it would have on ratepayers and increase in rates, that's perfectly proper to take into account. I would just say balancing those things. I would, if I were a commissioner, I would go with a $20 increase because it's would gradually raise the rate to the correct level according to what the role of of the benchmark is. But it would not be improper for the commission to say, not this year, we're going to leave it at 18 this year, we'll look at it again in the future.
Thank you, Russell. I will sum it up. In District 4, the quality of service of internet, it's not all that great. The broadband speed, it is so slow. It is absolutely so slow that people drive from their homes. They go to the nearest business, such as McDonald's or casinos, to look at their Gmail emails. And that's reality. And so I do not agree with Russell that this is the right time to increase the rates. And I would like to also applaud to my fellow commissioners about fraud risk by telephone companies. We started developing communications and opening different ways to compensate, a better management, a very cohesive consulting firm that's knowledgeable about telecommunication services in rural New Mexico. We've thought of those type of ideas, and I appreciate that. And I do not agree with Russell that this is the right time to raise the rates because of the economic climate. You look at the New Mexico workforce connection. Over 35 million people applied for financial assistance during the pandemic. And those numbers are readily available for you if you would like to research it. It's on their website. I am appalled that there's a possible order that's going to come before the commission to increase the rates. People are in detrimental stages. They are coming out of their recovery, poverty recovery, and to increase their rates by $2. Electricities are being disconnected because they cannot afford to pay for it. They consider putting their money on food items so that they can continue to feed their families. So I will stop it there. I just want you to get an idea of where I'm coming from and how I'm going to vote on this particular item on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair. You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Maestas. Go ahead.
I have a different tact on this. I guess in general, I think that staff's recommendation is measured and sound and considered all the feedback from the parties, but I just have a few questions that I'd like to ask Russell. As all of you recall, we just agreed to send a report to the legislature regarding the Universal Service Fund, and we recommended that the legislature raise the cap from 30 to 40 million. So my question to Russell is, Russell, if we keep the affordability benchmark rate stagnant, is there any way we can realize an increase in the Universal Service Fund, assuming that the legislature agrees with our recommendation and raises the cap?
Commissioner Maestas, do you mean realize it for the applications that are being considered this year?
No, I just mean in general, I want to make sure that our decision today is not at cross purposes with the recommendation that we sent to the legislature to increase the cap of the Universal Service Fund.
No, it wouldn't be, Commissioner Maestas, at cross purposes. I guess I'm not exactly sure what you mean by cross purposes. It certainly wouldn't be any logically or in any way inconsistent with asking the legislature to increase the cap. Increasing the cap obviously was for the purpose of that idea, that recommendation was to provide more money for broadband program funding because of the number and amount of the applications that were received. So increasing this benchmark revenue rate, like I said, it appears it may decrease the level of the ARS payments a bit and yield a little bit more money for the for broadband program funding, but not much, because one, the 10 of the companies who did respond said that they would raise their rates in lockstep. So that means that would yield no difference in the ARS payments. And as I also said, that's not a purpose that we should consider for this purpose. I understand you're bringing it up in the context of the recommendation, but it wouldn't be logically inconsistent, and both, if this action were taken today, maybe a little bit of money would be yielded more for the broadband program fund, nowhere near what's been applied for. And the increase that's been requested in the cap, if that were also instituted, that would yield a great deal more money available for broadband program funding. So they'd be sort of consistent in that sense. Is that responsive?
Joe, I don't think we can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. The other issue is rate shock, and no one's really been able to define it. And this proposed increase is 11%. And again, without having an idea of what rate shock is, to me, 11% seems reasonable. But if you have another take on that, I'd like to hear it, Russell. Also, the reasons for a modest increase and I agree that we should start moving in that direction, is that there's an economic downturn. But I am not aware of the extent and prevalence of arrearages that New Mexicans are facing in their telecom bill. I think we're getting real data with respect to gas utility accounts and electricity utility accounts. So I couldn't really say whether or not that people are especially suffering still, despite us coming out of the pandemic and there being pandemic aid that's being made available. So I don't really see the economic downturn reason as very pressing. I think that this 11% increase is not rate shock. And I like the moderation of the recommendation because it's asking for a 1-year review. And I think we all know that people are still hurting, and I acknowledge that, and I think all of you do on the commission. But by the same token, the concern and urgency of the need to expand broadband services, I think, is just as pressing, if not maybe more, than the current economic state of residents here in New Mexico, particularly those in the rural areas. So I think taken all together, I think staff has really put forth a very thoughtful, measured, moderate recommendation. And so I support it. I don't consider it rate shock. I don't consider $2 rate shock. And I just like the recommendation to come back after 1 year and review this. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair,
questions?
yeah, I just want to get a clarification from Russell about a couple things. One was you mentioned that you didn't have an estimate of how the Rural Universal Service Fund would be impacted exactly, but you said, with regard to the potential decrease in total ARS payments from the State Rural Universal Service Fund, that might result from the adoption of a $20 benchmark rate. Staff projects the maximum amount of any such decrease to be about $1 million. So if the excess reduction support payments were affected, they would decrease by about $1 million. And that means there may be an increase available to spend on broadband, our broadband program of $1 million. Is that a fair analysis of that or not, Russell?
Commissioner Hall, I would like to point out, both in response to Commissioner Hall's and Commissioner Meiss's comments, again, I would advise the commission not to make that a consideration in deciding on the affordability benchmark rate level. But
I'm aware of that.
We did receive that information. Okay. So yeah, I'll go on to comment about that.
Right. I was asking that question for the purpose of going on to that point, which is we're not supposed to be considering this trade-off in making a decision about the benchmark. So I know Mr. Maies isn't present. I'd like for him to hear these comments, but maybe we should take a break if he's not present.
Well, I have a couple questions that I can do while we're waiting for Joe.
Okay, fine.
Russell, just for clarification, when you say wired lines, that includes landline telephones and what else?
That's really what it includes. That wireline is, what I'm talking about here is landline voice service, because what is addressed by the residential affordability benchmark rate, what was the comparison that's made between that benchmark and the rate that we look at to see if the particular rural ILEC in question, all of the rural ILECs, but we're taking one at a time. If you take a rural ILEC and say, well, the rate that you're charging is below that rate, and we're going to reduce, is below the urban average, and so we're going to reduce your payment, is the rural ILEC's residential basic local service rate, which is a voice service rate. So it is the rate that they charge for service via their wire line, their copper in the ground, for voice service.
Okay,
The
so
landline.
that's landline voice service. That could be a traditional telephone. Could that also be a DSL computer?
No, I don't believe so. I think basic local, because they call it basic local exchange service. So it is via the old system.
Okay.
That's what this is based on. So it's just looking at that part of it. And that's why, like I said, in 2017, the amendments to the RTA started to change the calculation of the ARS payments to rural ILECs by the most recent percentage change in the number of access lines served by the rural ILECs. And that specifically was these wire lines that are served. They were losing these wireline customers, and the original calculation of those access charges that were charged to other companies to complete the calls was over those wire lines. And they've lost their wireline customers essentially to wireless over the years. And some of them have started to get broadband customers, but that's totally separate from this. This is just the voice service customers over landline.
Okay, so that's whose bills we're impacting potentially with this.
Yes.
And is there any particular effort going on to encourage people to switch to broadband and abandon landlines?
I don't know.
Or is there nothing going on there? What's going on policy-wise within state government on that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there are efforts to encourage at the customer level to do that. I don't know that those are needed, because the rural ILECs report to us that they're losing wireline voice customers to wireless, but they have people coming to them asking for broadband only connections. So that seems to be happening already, is that people are in rural areas are getting rid of their wireline voice service in favor of wireless, or in favor of broadband, and asking the same rural ILECs that they have, essentially dumped for voice service to give them broadband only service. That's one of the things that motivated the rural ILECs to ask in the most recent rulemaking for the commission to consider what they call broadband only loops. In other words, broadband only customers as access lines for the purpose of the percentage change to the ARS payments year over year, because they were saying, hey, we are losing our wireline voice customers. That's what's defined as access lines, but we're gaining these other customers. We're serving these customers. And the commission determined, well, that's not the definition of access line that we've ever used. And it isn't in accordance with what the ARS payments are all about. And we don't know, you haven't told us what the impact would be on the fund for that. So there were a lot of reasons the commission didn't go along with that. And then it was proposed to the legislature as well by the rural ILECs, and the legislature didn't adopt that either. My point is that case has been made in terms of it's already happening. There is the rural customers are switching to wireless voice or internet voice, and certainly are asking the rural ILECs to provide them with broadband service and not wireline voice.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is that we're so far removed from when the changes in the rules happened, and the providers had to take a hit on their long distance charges, which is the way old folks like me remember it, and what we call them. And that really what's happening now is just kind of an open subsidy to these last mile providers to help ensure that they can provide service. And that the access line count probably is not, at this point, not a very good measure of how we should dole out dollars to provide support for these folks. Would that be an accurate statement?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would say definitely that, the access charge reductions that they made based on who they were serving back in 2005 and how many lines they serve. Yes, I agree 100% that it's such a different world now entirely. What I would say is that the 2017 amendments did try, the amendments that actually specifically refer to access lines do go a step in the direction of making it more up to date by noting the fact that they're losing their wireline voice customers. But yes, I agree. The fact that the base of that calculation is coming from way back when about these access charges that, back in 2005, it's a very different world. I agree.
Yeah. So, ILECs out there, don't panic. I'm not saying you don't deserve support. I'm just saying maybe we need to step back and think about better ways to decide how to calculate and provide that support. And so I just want to throw that out there, and I'd love to have people thinking on it. I don't have any solutions with me right now, but it seems to me it'd be worthwhile to do something like that. And with that, I'm going to pop back to you, Cynthia.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, actually, well, that's what I was getting at earlier and asking about whether it would make sense to do a notice of inquiry, because I'd like to understand what the nexus is between the amount of those rural access reductions support payments is to what's the nexus between those payments and what the companies actually have to do to continue to provide that access. Is it realistic for these support payments to even exist? I don't know. And I don't know what the nature of the audit that is going to be, that's going to be conducted by the contractor we contract with. But, I guess I was planning on asking Russell at some point, what does that even look like? I doubt if he knows it right now, but I mean, I think it might be worthwhile. And Russell seemed to think it was within our jurisdiction to, examine those payments to see if they make sense these days. And if they do, in what, at what amount. So I concur with you on that point. I would like to go back to the question I was asking before Commissioner Myesis left, because Commissioner Myesis, I was following up basically on one of your questions, so I thought it would be of interest to you. And I was asking Russell about a comment he had made. This addresses the impact on the remaining amount of money in the Rural Universal Service Fund if the access reduction support payments increase. If the benchmark rate increases. Let's see. So the statement was, with regard to the potential decrease in total ARS payments from the Universal Service Fund that might result from the adoption of a $20 benchmark rate, staff projects the maximum amount of any such decrease, which may occur, he doesn't say it will, to be about $1 million. So I was asking him, does that mean if the ARS payments may decrease to $1 million, does that mean there may be an increase in what's left in the fund by $1 million? And at that point, Russell started cautioning me not to connect those two concepts, because it would be improper for us to make a decision on the benchmark amount based on our desire to increase the amount of money remaining in the fund for our purposes, which is a little frustrating because of course that's on our mind. But anyhow, my question is that correct? Is it Russell, if you could please still answer that. If in fact and I don't even know why I'm asking this in a way, but aren't there other, I do know why. If the benchmark rate went up to $20 and the ARS payments would reduce thereby by $1 million, is that an equivalence of $1 million increase in what's remaining in the fund for us to be able to deploy for broadband build out or not?
Commissioner Hall, yes. To the extent that there are any savings, every dollar saved from this, the ARS payments is a savings that could be used for something else within the fund, specifically the broadband program. I will say that that $1 million maximum was is estimated by staff in their recommendation and comments filed on August 16th. It was based upon the, as they recognize, unrealistic notion that none of the rural ILECs would increase their rural local service rates in response, because they simply didn't know what those increases would be, because that information wasn't due until September 15th, because that would be in response to staff's recommendation. So staff couldn't know the response to their recommendation while they were making their recommendation. So that $1 million would not be the savings, because we know now that the response to the $20 recommended increase is that 10 of the companies would increase them to $20. 2 companies didn't respond. They probably would increase to the $20. So you have probably 10, 12 of the 14 saying that they would increase. And then we had Century Tele Southwest giving a non-committal answer. Only 1 company said, we will not increase our rates. 1 of the 14, and that was Frontier Navajo. Yeah. So that's that $1 million estimated savings would be nowhere near that.
Russell, just to clarify, if I may, excuse me, Cynthia, yeah. If what you're saying is that if the ILEC raises their rates in order to recover that money, the raising of rates diminishes under the formula how much compensation they get from the fund, from the rural fund?
No, Commissioner Fishman, it's just the opposite. The purpose of the residential affordability benchmark rate is to ensure that the ARS payments do not subsidize payments that are rates for voice service that are lower than the comparable urban rate. So the benchmark rate is supposed to reflect that. When it's raised, what happens is there's the companies that don't raise their rates in lockstep with that are the ones that suffer lower payments from the ARS payments, because they are now charging rates that are lower than the benchmark. And we're saying, and the purpose of the calculations is say, to the extent that you charge rates lower than the benchmark, we're not subsidizing that.
Okay, so all those companies that raise their rates, they will get compensated more than the companies that don't raise their rates?
Exactly. So Navajo, by not Frontier, also known as Frontier, I think more commonly known as Frontier, in promising not to raise its rates, is saying they will take the entire hit essentially they'll take the hit to their own payments, to their own support. And the other companies are saying, we need the full support. And we're also going to probably receive more money from our customers, and except to the extent that they may lose customers by raising their rates.
So to me, that's kind of a perverse incentive to raise your rates.
I mean, it's funny because that is the effect of raising the benchmark. However, it serves that purpose of saying, I mean, these companies are saying we will raise our rates, but there's the possibility that a company, at some point wouldn't be able to raise its rate. They may lose customers, and obviously, that's the painful part of the benchmark rate, is that it's a limit upon support. Its whole purpose is to limit support, so it's not supporting these rates that are below rural rates, below urban rates. So it is raising it is a painful thing. It's the limit on what the support is. So you're right; it has its odd, perverse outcomes in the sense that it's like encouraging companies to raise their rates, but the whole idea is, as it was with the federal fund, before 2019 was that, this is the part we know we don't want to subsidize. That's what it's saying. That's what the law is saying, essentially.
Yeah, but I guess it just comes back to what I was saying, and I think Commissioner Hall was kind of saying, she agreed with, is that, boy, it's probably time we go back and I'm not saying we don't need to give some rural subsidies, but maybe the way we calculate them and this use of the access lines as the basis for determining how much, it's had its day. We need another approach.
Yeah.
Um,
Mr.
So
Chairman, you captured that perfectly. We need another approach. I think these access reduction support payments are they create a perverse incentive, and they also, I don't think they're very effective anymore anyhow. They're just, and they're uneconomic.
So, it's
They don't
worth
provide any
examining.
value
Yeah.
for the cost that's being imposed. So
I would
I
agree
shouldn't
with,
say that without some research, until we analyze them, till we see what costs are incurred by them. But that's my suspicion. That's why I would want to examine it.
yeah, and I would agree with Commissioner Hall that perhaps we need to set up a work group and maybe make a
Yeah.
legislative, proposal based on their work.
Yeah, some sort of work group.
But that's beyond what's in front of us today.
Exactly.
So, any other commissioner
Well, Mr.
comments
Chair,
or input?
yeah, I was just going to say one other thing to Russell. I also noticed he had quoted staff about their recommendation to increase it. They said they wanted to take a cautious incremental approach, but they also noted that they were hesitant to recommend any additional residential benchmark rate increases due to the fact that those benchmark rate increases may be passed on to rural customers who are still weathering the effects of a pandemic and subsequent economic downturn. That was also a concern of staff's, even though they didn't follow that thinking to not increase the amount. They did suggest an increased amount, but I don't know. I guess, honestly, I believe maybe because of people trying to bounce back from the pandemic, this might not be the best year. I respect Commissioner Maestas' opinion, and I agree 11% shouldn't be a rate shock, but and I don't have evidence necessarily. We don't have testimony, but we do have positions that are taken by the participants in the case. And most of those are, except for staff who expressed hesitancy, most of them were opposed to an increase. So I think that's where I would be going just based on that. It would be nice if we had harder numbers and more evidence, but that it's really a judgment call.
May I make a comment just to clarify? Because Commissioner Hall, I didn't mention what CTIA's CenturyLink's comments were, because they submitted on August 16th the recommendation date. They didn't make any specific recommendations as to the level, but CTIA was in favor of starting to increase the benchmark. I don't recall CenturyLink. I'll have to look at this. So there,
I think CenturyLink's
comments CenturyLink did not take a position as to whether the commission should increase the benchmark rate.
Okay,
that's what you wrote. Yeah.
Okay, so just so that you know, because I didn't discuss the comments from those two at all. So that was it.
If there's no further discussion, does somebody want to make a motion, or is there further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Try not to drag this on anymore, but would my fellow commissioners be open to a stepped increase of $1 per year for 22 and then $1 for 23? That's a 5% increase. That also helps those who this is going to impact the most, which is those on fixed incomes. Their cost of living will adjust hopefully enough that it's not just all in one year. Minimizes the impact even more so, and it gets it increased to the same effect, but gives us another year to get it there.
Okay, is that a motion?
Well, I like to hear from my comrades here and
I
see
think
if
it
there's
sounds
any.
reasonable. It seems like a reasonable approach. We have to weigh the interests, I guess.
I would make that a motion.
Commissioner Maestas is trying to talk, I think, but we can't hear him.
Oh,
Speak up, Commissioner Maestas.
Well, I was finding the right opportunity. I guess I'd like to know what the review entails in 1 year that staff is proposing with their recommendation. Is it consistent with what we're talking about? Or if maybe Russell, you can just briefly describe what that review entails.
Oh, well, Commissioner Maestas, I don't recall that staff gave a lot of description of what that review would be. Essentially, we'd be saying it'd be next year to revisit. I would imagine sort of similar proceeding as to we've had with this one, getting recommendations and then also collecting information. The other piece of information I would collect is just try to collect as to, you may have seen in my proposed order and memo that I say, this is a step in the direction of getting eventually to a benchmark that reflects the actual, this state's urban average rate for basic local exchange service. In other words, voice service, wireline voice service. That is, and this order says the commission hasn't determined what it is, but it's obviously a lot higher than $18 because it's something closer to the urban rate floor, the national urban rate average. The rate floor is gone, but the national urban rate average, it certainly has to be somewhat close to that. But there have been concerns, and they were raised in the comments, and they were also raised in the proceeding back in 2019, that our state average for urban residential basic local exchange service might be, systematically and every year lower than the national average. It wouldn't be much lower, I don't think we expect, but it would be lower. And that's something I would have looked into. I would say we'd want to start looking into in any future review as to, well, is there really a difference between the state's urban average and the national average, and what is that? Because that would help us determine what we're really trying to do to get to equalize rural and urban, to get the benchmark to the urban average for this state as opposed to the national one. But like I said, in the proposed order in the memo, it's safe to start moving up toward that by $1 or $2 because we know it's not anywhere near $18. It's closer up to that level. So that's something that I would include in that review. But staff, I don't recall staff being much more specific than saying, we'd review this, the $20 level, they'd want to review it next year. Now, the proposed order that I put together didn't commit the commission to that. It said the commission may review it next year or sometime beyond that in the future. So it'd be up to the commission whether you wanted to. So, but there isn't a lot of detail about the review. I think it would be similar to what we're doing now, same kind of information collected, but also, like I said, I would add that, let's add the question of, let's look into, is our state's urban average truly different from the national one to see what we're really aiming at.
Thank you. And then just lastly, Mr. Chair, Russell, if let's just say we index this and say $1 now, $1 in a year, would that be binding? Since this is an annual revisitation of the benchmark rate, can we actually make a decision that's established for 2 years?
Commissioner Maestas, you would not bind a future commission because a future commission could make a change, of course. To survive, if someone challenged a change, of course, by a future commission, they would be held to. They just have to, under the appellate review, they would just have to have some good reasons to depart from the policy of the previous commissions. That's all. So you wouldn't bind a future commission, but you certainly can issue that order for 2 years. That I'm just saying that it's perfectly proper. This motion would be perfectly proper, and I think makes sense and is perfectly fine. But a future commission could say, no, we disagree for these reasons, and we're not gonna do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not trying to filibuster Commissioner Byrd's compromise here. So I'm willing to consider it. And I will say that my low blood sugar is factoring into this.
Me too.
So Commissioner Byrd, you have leverage here. You have low
We're
blood
in a
sugar
weakened
leverage.
state.
Well, then I will make a motion that we move the order with the adjustment. Instead of $2, a $1 per year for 22 and 23.
Commissioner Byrd, would you be open as a friendly amendment, since we can't enforce 23, just to make it a $1 increase for 22 and leave it
Sure.
at that?
That's fine.
Accept that.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Byrd. Do we have a second?
And
We got a
I thought-
second from Commissioner Maestas. Does low blood sugar get a separate vote on this one? No, maybe not.
Let's just vote.
Mike, would you please take the roll? Mike,
Mike
just
has
to
a blood
He
sugar
passed out.
issue.
Just to clarify, this is for just a $1
Casualty.
increase for 2022. Is that correct? Just the
for
$1 increase for
2022,
2022.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So it's that amendment.
Is Mike there?
Where's
Someone
Mike?
please take the roll.
Maybe
Judy,
I
Mike,
can. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just got on it. I lost the window and it wouldn't come back up again.
oh,
Um,
some excuse. You were
Sure.
eating lunch.
Yeah, right.
So-
He
You're
was
eating
eating
lunch.
lunch, yes.
I was clicking away on all the windows I have open, but I'll take the roll. The vote. Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Order passes 5-0.
Okay, so Michael, we've got a low blood sugar time limit here. Move quickly. We're on item 10, update from General Counsel on status of pending appeal.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the question is, I have this on here. It has me as the presenter. However, this was put on at the request of Commissioner Maestas. I can give a very brief update on the status of this appeal, which is that briefing in this case ended exactly 1 year ago today. The Supreme Court did issue a notice on June 18th, 2021, that it was not going to have oral argument and that it was going to determine the matter on briefs only.
What is the matter here, by the way?
I'm sorry, this is the appeal in case SC 38-247, which is the appeal from the Commission's final order on the financing order issued in the PNM San Juan generating station abandonment case.
Okay. And this is, who filed the appeal? Was this from?
The appeal is filed by New Energy Economy,
Okay.
and the principal issues that are raised in that appeal are constitutional claims that relating to the unconstitutionality of the Energy Transition Act. So they are primarily they relate to issues that the Commission declined to address. The hearing examiners did decline to address, and the Commission's final order also upheld the hearing examiners on that, on the basis that those constitutional claims should have been brought in the district court, which is the court that normally has the original jurisdiction to entertain claims that a statute is unconstitutional. So that's essentially where we are at this time. I'm not sure if Commissioner Maestas had a specific issue he wanted me to address or not.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mike.
Any further questions from commissioners on this? Okay, so let's go on to the next item, which I can't see on my screen.
I believe it's Commissioner Hall discussion about grid modernization and potential rulemaking.
Okay, Cynthia, low blood sugar, remember.
If I can still talk, I will. No, I can. And I will make this brief. I have been thinking about the impacts of, not the impacts, but just the nature of a number of our rulemakings that we've been working on, especially since I've been working on the interconnection rulemaking, and I've become more aware of the nature of the community solar rulemaking and the 440 rulemaking. And I concluded after looking at the grid mod statute that it might be a good course of action for us to take to really pursue a grid modernization rulemaking since the statute's been on the books for a couple of years now. And there are so many issues that we've been dealing with in the current rulemakings, or at least interconnection and even IRP and the community solar that really kind of fall under the larger category of grid modernization. It just makes me think that what we really ought to do is try to pursue a rulemaking and that under that statute, so that we can have a more cohesive coordination of the rulemakings that we have ongoing, and that would be addressed in a grid modernization rulemaking. So I wanted to start with a meeting next week with some staff members, or not next week, tomorrow, actually, with some staff members. And I just wanted to alert the commission to that concept and welcome any input or any comments they may have. I had thought that there were 3 commissioners who were wanting to attend, so I had asked General Counsel to notice a special open meeting for this Thursday, but then I found that 1 commissioner could not attend. So for us to go forward with 2 commissioners and a meeting with staff will not violate the Open Meetings Act. And I think that's maybe who will be attending. I haven't heard from the 2nd commissioner yet. But in any case, I'll be having a meeting with staff tomorrow to sort of look into the value that can be added from trying to pursue a rulemaking under that statute. So that's it in a very small nutshell. There is more I could say, but I don't think it's necessary at this time. I think, as time goes by, I'll certainly be bringing this up before the commission again. So, but if someone has a question, I'm happy to answer it.
So Commissioner Hall, we briefly discussed the possibility of tying the work we're doing on a rule for updating the 440 rule.
That's correct.
And incorporating that so that we didn't have 2 separate dockets with 2 separate schedules and all the work that entails.
That's
and that
right.
We're going to explore whether we could marry the 2 rather than creating a whole new docket and all the work that creates.
Absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. You must have a higher level of blood sugar than I do. But that makes perfect sense because 440s exist at the distribution grid level. And I initially thought this would be a distribution grid rulemaking, but the fact is the grid modernization statute also addresses transmission modernization. And I think, and certainly many of the projects that exist that come through as 440s have an impact on the transmission system. So it would be a good way to look at those 2 systems in an integrated way and a comprehensive way in terms of planning. So thanks very much for that, Mr. Chair. And that's all I have.
Commissioner discussion, thoughts? Objections?
But
enthusiastic approval from anybody? We're tired. Okay, thank you for that update, Commissioner Hall. Wayne, we're going to do communications with Chief of Staff. You're sure you don't want to get closer to the camera?
I don't think you want me to get closer to the camera. At least Commissioner Byrd doesn't. I know that.
Well, I can keep my lunch down. No, go ahead.
How about I let you get to lunch, Mr. Chairman, and say I really don't have anything to communicate today that I can't do via email. So maybe I'll just send you a little update by the end of the week. But I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about any topics that the commission would like to cover.
Okay, I guess we're ready to move on. Communications with General Counsel.
Just real quick, we said we were going to send you a listing of the cases that are anticipated to come before the end of the year. That's attached to the agenda with your materials. Rather than go through them bit by bit now, I would just suggest that commissioners can give us a call and we can talk about them.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
It's a pretty good sized list.
Yes.
Communications with commissioners. Okay,
Just a reminder, I'm going to be in Kentucky next week, but
Oh.
I will attend the meeting.
Okay. Are you going to change your accent from more Texas to more deep South?
I'll try to talk about Kentucky.
No, that was really bad. You got to do
Yes,
better
East Texas.
to honor the Atlanta Braves and their World
All right,
Series.
I'll do better.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I originally thought I was going to go to that, but I'm not. I will be attending by phone probably on Monday, but Tuesday, let's see, I'll be having a procedure, so I'm not sure I'll be able to attend on Wednesday. I'll do my best, but I might not be back to normal.
Well, thank you for the heads up on that. If there are any other commissioner comments?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
So Mike, you had the merger for the November 10th meeting, and I was just wondering what your plan is. Is that to initiate discussion, and will there be responses to the RD filed by November 10th? Can you just give us a window of what to expect?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I noticed that also actually that's an unfortunate lack of spacing between the items on there. Actually, the 3 cases there that have no color, which is 2020-00222, which is you're referring to, actually are not included on the November 10th, 2021. Only the one that's highlighted blue which is case 21-00241 UT would be right now scheduled for November 10th. The other ones that do not have that highlighting, it says no color code means no specific dates planned, and it's the commission's choice. But obviously the RD just came out on that, so we have to go through the exception period and the responses to exception. So that's a ways out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if that is all from everybody, then we are adjourned. And see you next week.
See you guys.
Bye. Bye.
Take care.